Welcome back to Now One Nights. We are on episode 22. Getting juicy. These guys are tired, but it's going to be a long day. I mentioned to them it's probably going to be a long day for you, so that's why I wanted you to get your spells prepared, get everything ready. It could not be. You can do whatever you want. But
I don't like your time.
I don't like the fact that this guy thinks that we were not prepared.
I don't think the fact that you
We just
prepared.
there's an explosion in a major capital. We're just very relaxed right now.
Chad's never been more relaxed.
We're like, it's over now. Thank God.
I'm so ready.
No announcements other than we will get into our trivia segment, to where you guys can try to get inspiration.
Another
so whoever got it
that
last time, I believe it was Benedict. You don't have inspiration anymore. That's gone. But yes, this.
I hate quizzes.
Hold on a sec.
I didn't study.
This okay.
No.
Last time we asked one where you didn't even have the chance to get it right, and there's another one here that you don't have a chance to get it right. So I'll ask a real one. A good one. This is going to be tough. First person to get it right gets inspiration. What episode...
Got it.
Is that your guess?
What episode has the longest runtime?
7.
6.
No.
That was Drew and Balls Drip.
Was it?
3.
Wait.
No.
9.
18.
Well, who cares?
11.
What
19.
one are we on?
It's late teens. It's 17, 18, 19.
No.
15.
No.
You got to say it confidently.
It's 17.
20.
Yep.
It's the later teens.
Well, congratulations. You just
guessing,
spewing
bro.
out fucking numbers.
1. 7. 8, 9, 10, 11. What episode are we on?
Double digits. Losing their minds. Dude.
It was the one I was here till 2 in the morning.
That's fair.
He remembers that because
1, 2, 3,
It wasn't
4,
that
5.
long.
I thought it was
So long.
I thought it was last session. It felt like we were here forever.
The kid screaming. Congrats, you get inspiration for
Well,
the
when we
episode.
first started, we had like this thing like, oh, it's 11, let's start chilling down. And as episode like 16, 15 hit, fuck
Pretty
that
sure
guys,
this
let's stay
was-
until 2, you fuckers.
I disagree.
Hey, all the
It was only
same,
you.
when we used to play with Mason, we would stay here until fucking 5.
Yeah, when I
5 in the
joined.
morning.
Yeah, we'll be good getting off between 11 and noon. 11 and midnight. Yeah.
I'm sorry, playing once every 3 months isn't good enough for you.
It's once a month.
We gotta squeeze 45 minutes of gameplay in.
Children.
Hey,
Men. Gentlemen.
Shade's trying to kill us now. I think we should.
Dude, you can't kill me if you try.
Yeah, that's about the only positive so far.
You know he controls the
You guys
gods.
fucking testing your luck.
Just tear just comes down
Yeah,
and
I'm not
smites your
associated
eyes.
with him.
He could
God's
kill me if
keep
you
that
try.
I'm just,
Yeah,
I'm
take
just
more
working.
damage. I used the evasive.
I just live here,
I actually
bro.
take no damage this time.
I rolled high enough. I used evasion. I don't take any damage.
Anyways. Getting into where we left off.
We don't have to.
And up to where we are now. Yes. In the town of Basinport. The capital of the entire empire, where our 4 adventurers, our 4 characters, arrived and quickly got acquainted with the, how should I say, political intrigue of the city. Some people having a distaste for the city, some people being from the city. You quickly came out of close encounters with the ex-animate, if you will, the undead that has been infecting from the eastern side of the region, where tensions are high. Your blood was starting to boil, trying to get things done. You had meetings with very powerful people, where then Ace, for example, was very frustrated with how they weren't taking action as needed. But after arriving in the capital, you quickly found out everybody here is completely oblivious, whether that's by design or not, to any of that. Talking to a couple more powerful people, the father of Chad Lormo being Haroldine, one of the 5 members of the Counsil, and Benedict and Ace talking to Civius, who is the father of Ace, also a member of the Coin Council. I'm drawing a blank. Why can't I think of the last name?
For who?
You.
Helgilius.
Helgilius. Civius Helgilius. Also meeting with Ace's sister, Lilith Helgilius. Helgilius.
Yeah, she is. She is. Yeah.
And a couple other figures. One
Literally.
being Forbus, who is the a beholder who seems to get a kick and a ruse out of exchanging information rather than money, although you assume he has quite a bit. Skipper, the goblin with a red gem in one of his eyes, that is the leader of the Blacktop Syndicate, a smuggler's den of a huge mass of industrial buildings down in Hyman's Landing, where then you actually fought in the Blood Pits, that being last session. After fighting in the Blood Pits, you did this to gain favor with Forbus, and he awarded you the second home base, if you will, the Bastion. So now you are technically the owners of a home and a property in Halcyon Plaza, as well as one deep in Hyman's Landing, not far from the Rat shop that you briefly went into. Chad and Caladan speaking with a I don't have the name here. Fuck, what's his name? A featherless Aarakocra. I'm drawing a blank for the name.
Think of something
It's on the
funny.
tip of my tongue, dude. I can't remember. Cassius. That's who it was.
Sure.
Speaking with Cassius, Chad found his faith in a god, that being Tyr, who naturally is more inclined to guide those who use strength and power to their advantage, such as a paladin of conquest, as yourself, Caladan. Although, taking the oath of glory to invigorate your name and your prominence, whether that's yourself, whether that's you and your party members, that is the oath you took, and that is the oath that gave you your new laurels. Where then, after this Blood Pits and essentially winning, the green ferrets going in and peeping through a small hole, you saw them get taken out by what you can assume is a black dragon, completely getting decimated. You then took a rest. Where then in the morning you spoke to Forbus, and Ace went with his father to speak with him after being requested. Where then you followed Aster Belioth. Aster, walking ahead of you, Ace and Civius side by side, walking, trying to keep a stealthy approach to it through Halcyon Plaza. These very flat, like placard in places, smooth stones, where the entire of Halcyon Plaza is almost too well kept. It's kind of like off-putting at times, with fountains, and it's rather quiet. At times you can hear birds tweeting. Following this Aster Belioth, Civius said, "I believe this is not the man you think it is." After pursuing, you followed him into the basement, or a crawl space underneath Wyvern Tailors, where then you both entered. Civius casted a spell, essentially stunning or paralyzing this figure, if you will, and had a brief discussion with him, where then you discovered that it indeed was not Aster Belioth. It was a doppelganger. Where then somehow, well, I guess you didn't see, you're not sure if your father did it or if it was a suicide. You came back into the room briefly to find them foaming at the mouth and convulsing on the ground, to be no more.
Drats.
But then you learned on the writing on the wall. Oh, I believe you also found the real Aster Belioth in that pit,
Yes.
where he had the mannerisms of a sick child, And then you saw writing on the wall, something to the extent of where you made out he used a modify memory spell on himself, but might have went a little bit overboard, as to not give up information to who he said was Giovanni Pengrove. Where then you decided to attend this graduation. The wardens, or would-be wardens, on a large ship or barge going through the main canal of the city. You all conjoined at the top of the stairs right to the entrance of Helkian Plaza, overlooking. You can see the slipskids off deep down to your right. Hyman's Landing off to your left with the taller smattering of buildings, almost smokestacks rising. And in the middle, the Whitecap Bazaar, you can see different colored tents or tips of tents with a couple of buildings and smaller canals that snake through like waterways. A mass, like it really is a gorgeous sight. You can see the sun kind of just peeking in between these little strands of clouds high, far in the distance. At the height you are, you can actually see over the eastern wall of the city, and you can see farm fields that stretch beyond view before it kind of turns to an opaque white, where the actual the line, I can't think of the name. What's the horizon, the sunset? Skyline.
Nobody told.
Where the skyline, it kind of blends in. You can't really make out any prominent figures there, aside from maybe a windmill in the distance, just slowly creaking. But far from peaceful, the entire mass of this city seems to be crowded right around this main canal. You can see the harbor where normally there's a huge portal that opens up to allow ships and merchants to come in from far lands to trade goods, is closed off. Where now you see this entire parade and this large barge come in with different smatterings of colors and people who seem to throw powder in the air that turns to sparks. Everybody's cheering and making a ruckus. And it was right when Ace laid his eyes upon his sister Lilith Helgilius, where she was looking about the crowd, trying to meet somebody's eye, probably looking for Ace. And all of you, as you're standing here, in an eruption so fast that you can't even comprehend what happens, everything just turns to white. Where then you're on the ground, you're kind of feeling around. You're on the pavement. You can feel rock. Your eyes are blurred. You kind of try to rub them, and the entire air, you're almost choking on it as some sort of a smoke. You're not sure if it's dust from a powdered stone or what it is, but it all happens in a flash. Everybody, go ahead and make a dexterity saving throw for me.
Who's close to me? Who would be?
I'm actually on Kaladin's shoulders so that I could see over the crowd.
Okay.
How close would I be to?
What's for?
Would I be close to Kaladin?
Better question. Is he within 10 feet
Yeah,
of me?
you guys would all get that save.
+4.
So we get a +4.
Except for Ace, because he's across the
because
river
it's
way far away.
Right next to his sister.
What is this?
Dexterity saving throw.
14.
16.
14, 16, 12.
15.
I rolled a 2.
That's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Remember, 0 damage on a successful save and half damage on a not successful.
Thanks for that.
So you take 173 points of damage.
That'd be hilarious.
This is not a good precursor for the night.
Both of you.
What'd you get? What'd you roll? 2? Nice.
You all take
What's new?
25 points of bludgeoning damage
I disagree.
and 8 points of fire damage,
I don't have like resistance to
which the
bludgeoning.
fire is halved.
Yep.
That's also halved.
And
So what do I take? I'm going to need help with this.
Just do
half
the
of whatever those are.
Do I
29.
get half for the fire too, though? So
Yes.
it's half of the half?
Yes.
Fuck. So 2 points of fire damage,
Yep.
then half of 25.
Mhm.
Round it up.
Round it down.
It is fucking.
Round it down.
12.
12. So
This
I
guy
take
hates
14.
taking damage, dude.
Yeah.
So I take 33.
Dude, I'm an idiot. I keep forgetting about my clockwork amulet.
Right.
Chill, dude.
Who are you?
Ace and Chad.
Wait, so how much was it? 20.
25 bludgeoning and 10 fire. 8 fire. Ace and Chad.
Wait, I'm dead.
Your head throbs. A stinging in the back of your mind turns to a ringing in your ears. You reach your hand up to shield your eyes from the blinding light above you. As the ringing fades, you find yourself reliving a fond memory of years past. However, the few, they still hold a warm place in your mind and in your heart. Even if the hardships of adult life have plagued you. Ace specifically. The birds tweet above. Strangely, you begin to appreciate that in your younger years, these minute details weren't overlooked. On the rare occasion, your father would allot you and your sister some coin to be spent down at the bazaar. As Lilith laughs, a few leaves seem to fall right in your face. It's getting later in the summer, and the small hints of browns and yellows start to infect the green around the capital, that being trees, bushes. It's a fond memory.
Smoke.
And one you hate to be sucked out of. Chad.
Are you trying to sell me these fucking worm-infested fruits?
A merchant docked just inside one of the smaller harbors spits in your face.
Take your product, little red boy, and shove it somewhere where the sun don't shine, huh? On with you!
He kind of gives you a smack. With every syllable, you almost flinch as his tobacco-reeked spit hits you. In hopes of making a name for yourself, you tried to make some coin being a middleman of sorts. But you quickly get the sense the small rebellious nature isn't really worth it. The rough cobblestone of Hyman's Landing makes your feet sore. There might be a blister on your big toe. It's not a long walk home, but today it feels a bit stretched. The creaking of dried wood grinds against rusty hinges of a sign overhead. You can't help but let out a sigh of relief as you reach the entrance to Helkian Plaza. You know, your dad always has a nice hot meal waiting for you. Everybody give me a perception check.
Well, it can't be that shitty 2 times in a row.
Can I refuse?
Natty 20.
Natural 20.
5.
19.
5,
17.
19, 17.
Just thinking about that hot meal.
Pretty good, except for you. All right. You all awake. Kind of coughing. You're like reaching your hands about your entire arm, or everything. Your whole body is covered in a brown or gray, whatever it is. Everywhere you look, there's stone, and then there's another larger stone and another one. You're not even sure where you are, but as soon as you come to, you kind of lift up. You don't know how long you've been out, but there's almost a fog or a haze in the sky. The sun seems to be almost blocked out, like it's going through an opaqueness. As you wake, what are you guys looking for?
I am looking for wounded to heal.
I'm looking at where the bow was, where I saw my sister.
Okay.
Can I look around and see if I can find
I mean, you're looking for a river?
where like a vision is?
You don't know what happened.
Sure.
Like
He's looking
investigate.
everywhere.
Chad, what are you doing?
I'm trying to figure out what just happened.
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest,
You all shoot up.
just happened.
am I?
You can hear people like armored or not, even if it's just citizens like running right past you. You kind of you're getting shoved to the side at times. People sprint past. A couple of armored figures. You're not even sure who they are. They're just a blur at this moment. March past. You hear people shouting, "Oh yeah, get him! Up, up, up!" You look over. You can see somebody trying to lift a boulder over something where you see an arm sticking out, blood dripping off onto the stone. As it starts to clear out, natural 20. You're looking for.
Where the heck's my sister?
Where the heck's your sister? You wanted to look at where the blast came from. You two, I would say, you kind of get over towards the edge where you were. As you come to, you realize you see a couple buildings to your right and your left where this main walkway, where the grass used to be. There's almost a chunk of dirt that just seems to be exploded where there's just like a little crater. You're actually a good like 50, 60 feet from where you were. As you run up, you can see a couple people. Nobody seems to be coming up, mostly just down. But as you get to the edge, you can see the sight before you, where you probably can't even see more than 40 feet because there's such still a haze going on. You're not sure if it's smoke or what it is, but you can't see the rest of the city. As you look down, you can't even see the water. But you do see
just so you know.
down.
Wherever I last saw the boat, wherever I last saw my sister, I take off.
Yeah, you're looking specifically for an explosion or the source on a 17. You see the steps of where you are. You look down where there's this huge rampart that goes all along the main canal. It kind of snakes around throughout as it gets deeper. A lot of the stone seems to be almost blackened, as if like there's this large circular almost explosion radius that you see right below you. So you assume and probably is somewhere in this vicinity, main water canal area. You start going down the steps. You start shoving people past. Everybody seems to be going down, not up, but you're just going past them.
With the 20, so are you saying, I wouldn't know this if you don't want me to know this. All I know, I'm trying to be in character, blast happened in front of us. I think it's where my sister is. If I was there, would I notice it's closer to us, or do I think it's everything in front of me is just fucked? Because I can't see anything.
It happens so fast, it's hard to tell.
So it's a natural 20. I think everything in front of me is screwed. Then I'm going to continue to just go as quick as I can.
On a natural 20, as you run down the steps, you're kind of like, there's a lot of people. Some people seem to be screaming. Somebody you almost falls off the stairs into the canal. But as you get lower on a natural 20, the fog starts to get a little bit less thick the closer you get to the water. And as soon as you get down there, you can see there's like, they call it the Whitecap Bazaar for a reason. Some of the water seems to be picking up. Where there used to be a boat, now it's just a mass of wood and cloth, and you can see the water. It's so dark and blue. It's almost like an explosion happened, and it just muddied the entire water. But there are patches where you assume it's thick blood.
I'm just going to check everything I can.
Right before we get back to you, you two, as you come to, somebody kind of walks up, tries to aid you to help you up. Callan and you as well. They kind of lift you up. Get on your feet. Keep moving. They keep running. You can see some people keep screaming and running past. Somebody who seems to be wearing like almost like a white, greatly adorned robe is just completely charred. It's almost like flaming at the sides as they just dip, running in between a few of the buildings. Callan, you want to look for people to heal? Easy enough. You can find a lot of people lying on the ground, kind of aching. You see one man with almost half of his beard is singed off. He's like, holding his ribs. You can see a couple other figures who are standing next to Butterman, who just seem to be shocked and kind of standing there. And they're like, help! And he's crawling towards the Butterman before he moves his foot, just kind of in shock. What do you guys want to do?
I got a quick question first.
Yeah.
Would we have a long rest before this?
Yep.
Okay. Because I have like a bunch of spell slots used up.
For said I'd drink it.
So they must not have gotten reset.
What are you doing, Caladan?
Is there like a lot of people in this clump?
Maybe you can see a dozen within your reach.
Shit. Do I have a sending stone? Who has the stones?
I have one.
Is it you or me?
I have one for somewhere.
He has the
We
one
have
for the
three.
girl.
He has-
That's the one that's not with us. Me and you share one.
Oh, shoot.
Like, you have it and I
I
have
have
it.
one for us.
It's mine for us?
Oh, shoot. You have one for Forvis, you have one for Brunhilde, and I have one that goes to you, you have one that goes to me. You know what I'm
So
talking
you're
about.
next to me?
I would assume so. I don't know. Am I next to
Brunhilde.
Yeah, you can see Caladan.
Do I?
Audemars.
I got a 5.
Okay, even if he doesn't, I'm gonna look, see who's wounded and how bad it is. But then I'm gonna look for party members. I'm gonna see Chad. I'm gonna go up to Chad and like imagine it's like a war movie. I'm like grab Chad, on the shoulder, but it's just like ringing.
Yeah.
You know.
Still in shock with that 5.
So do you,
I would assume I'm in some sort of like trance where you just like everything's a blur.
are you gonna respond to me? I'm shaking you. I got your shit.
Yeah.
Hey Chad,
What? What happened?
do you have the sending stone?
For who?
Forvis?
Yeah.
Tell him, or just whatever, say that there was an explosion by the canal, netty, whatever that does. Just let them know.
Is
Inform
this the
somebody.
same day as we used it when they told us to go to the pits?
No, that was yesterday.
Okay, so I'll message Forvis.
Okay.
We came here.
Right as you go to pull it out, somebody almost hits you and you almost drop it. As you can see, a mom almost carrying her child or trying to. It's like, get you home! And they disappear into a fog. What do you want to say?
First of all, how hurt was that child?
You can
very
see
quick glance.
about from the shin down, it seems like their leg seems to be wobbling in a way it shouldn't.
Can I cast?
You can hear.
As they were going by, if I saw that, can I just cast healing word on them?
Is that a touch?
No.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, you could cast it. What do you want to say into the sending stone?
Just like Forvis, there was a huge explosion in the canal. Send any help you can. And then I'm not even gonna wait really for much
Okay.
of a response.
Yeah, as you put it away, you can hear like a muffled voice of like almost a kobold. As you go to shove it in your pocket.
Okay, so do you want me to roll health on that?
Go ahead.
Ooh,
This
9.
guy's so-
9. Okay, yeah.
For a
you
level
kind of
1.
you kind of cast it, and as they're disappearing into the fog, you focus on the child as she's dragging him. You kind of just release this
That's how I
spell.
remember.
You see a little bit of a glow before it fades, and then their voices also disappear. You two, as you're down there, the smoke almost seems to in the air. You see it before you do down towards the canal more. But up in the air, you can see a few figures. One seems to be adorned in almost like a silvery, grayish, bluish robe. You know this to be Sivius. And a couple of his disciples are now flying through the air. You can see him shouting, "Over there!" Sivius kind of gives them a gesture, and you can see two of them fly down, begin to start casting some sort of a spell. You can see 3 of them, including Akershi, start to almost morph the wind as it seems to start pushing this fog away. And as it does, you can see the entire the entirety of the main boat that you saw these initiates on completely exploded. You almost see the helm of the ship that seems to be tipped up and is just like lodged in the canal. A lot of the water isn't moving like down as it should. It's almost lodged on the left. You can see it start pooling up over, whereas a couple of shops and a couple of the tents have picked up and like moved with the water as if a flood happened. Where the crowd was, there's only a few people, and a couple other figures that you see took the brunt of the blast. You can see rib cages, you can see a couple bones, just as smatterings here and there, but for the most part the water has seemed to like wash everything away. What are you looking for in the canal specifically?
So where the boat is in, so this is how I'm picturing it. Here's the canal, here. The boat is kind of broken like this.
Yeah.
So then there's water everywhere, but it's not going past the boat.
That's sneaking past, but
Okay, how about in the middle of the boat? How big is this boat?
the boat itself, probably the size of 2 buses side by
How
side.
many square
Double
yards
wide
is that?
trailer.
Say that again.
How many square yards is that?
I'd say from
pretty nice.
tip to back, the whole ship was probably like 120 feet. Some of it is still kind of intact. There's a way you can snake across and get across the canal because it was such a large ship, but most of it seems to be just in the
My
water.
sister was on this ship, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see one boat actually farther down seems to be just hit on the back, and they're just it's like slowly going down the canal. The other ones are starting to just float. You don't see anybody atop them, but they just bump in and they start to lodge up.
And this is the ship my sister was on.
Yes.
Am I close to it?
Yeah, you're like right by the water. You can see it actually hitting your boots.
Initially, do I see like anyone got flung off, or is this the last place I saw my sister and last place I think she could be? Do I see like people got flung off anywhere?
You can see where some people might have. You can see actually a couple of like body parts seem to be washed before it dips down almost into another smaller canal.
Okay, I don't give a shit. I'm throwing 6 dusts of dryness, which will be 6 cubes of 15 feet by 15 feet by 15 feet is how much water they take. I'm just trying to get as much of the water gone so I can dive in and try to find something.
All right, yeah. You take how many cubes?
6.
You taking 6
And
of
I'm
you.
frantic. I don't think I'm going to be trying to catch these So
Yeah.
I'll lose them.
Okay. Yeah, you just throw them right into where you see the smattering of just wood and splinter and huge boards. Some of them seem to jet up like 10 feet higher than you, but you just throw it into the water. As you throw them, all 6 of them kind of splash into the water before you see it start to kind of suck down, and it's going to happen fast. The water on the right and the left starts to seep back in, but it doesn't quite make it to the bottom of the canal. But since you threw 6, you can jump down and see like the rest of the boats, or the remains, if you will, that have sunk to the bottom. What are you doing?
So I saw how far am I from like the center of the blast radius, if you will? So I saw it kind of hit the wall of the canal. If I were to judge that it came from
You're like right
way.
above where the top of it was. The center, if you're guessing it came from the ship itself, is probably 30 feet from you. Down at an angle. You can see Sivius flying by. You actually see Ace doing this as he throws.
How far is Ace away from me?
From where you are all the way at the top of the rampart to the bottom, it's a good like 50-foot drop. The stairs that wrap down, you can see chunks are missing where you have to go single file, or some people seem to be down in front of you kind of hurriedly going down.
Yeah, I'll make my way towards just the center of the explosion.
Okay.
So
Start making your way down. You actually have the arachnid robe? Or no, you have the robe of stars.
I have the
okay,
stars.
Yeah, so you have to take the stairs.
Yeah.
On a 20, as you throw this and you suck the water away, I'd say, yeah, you jump in. You almost kind of using like some of the boards or platforms where you can see the different tiers of the ship have been exploded, and you see barrels, you can see other things. On a 20, it all happens real fast, but as you get down before the water comes in, you see a lot of the barrels that seem to have been on the bottom of the ship are now completely splintered, but you can see iron rings that are, some of them are still almost red hot, but before the water even touches them, you can see steam. And you see, it's very evident now that you're down here, this was a gunpowder explosion. Many of these barrels were filled with gunpowder, like probably a dozen, if you had to guess, just real quickly off glance. And every bit of the ship that is down here, even though the water's been on it, is just blacked and charred. You can see some of the boards are actually just from where they were flaming, almost like when you throw a wood in a fire for too long, just charred black. You're not sure how long you've been down and out. But as you're down there, almost a natural 20, almost like right when you hop down, you almost miss it, but it's like right behind you, up against the base side of the canal that was under the water. One of the boards seems to be lodged like in between a stone, and it wedged its way in, and hanging off of it, where some water seems to be hitting it, it's like flopping off to the side. You can see almost a dampened leather bag. You know this to be Lilith's.
So which way did that go from the center? So here's the ship, here's the center. I'm jumping down. Is that like over here?
Yeah, it's like it's within reach, hands reach.
I'm gonna try to grab it, and
the water starts to come back.
Gonna try to go up. I know I'm probably gonna get sucked down first.
Yeah, give me an it's athletics or acrobatics check, your choice.
Yeah, I wonder which one.
You two. As you say this into the sending stone, the crowd seems to be almost escaping from this area that you're in. You can see now, just past your companion, Benedict, who's standing and looking down right as he dips down the stairs. You can see a couple of robed figures flying about the sky as the fog seems to start to dissipate. What are you doing?
I would assume I have my bearings by this point, slightly.
You're getting there.
Looking for people to help. That's about it.
Okay. Caladan?
People either, I don't know, suspect people.
Severely injured would be me.
I don't know, anybody who looks like they really shouldn't be there, or they're trying to run away for other reasons other than fear. I don't know.
Okay. 5 on your perception. You got, I believe, what, 18?
19.
19. On a 19, from up here, you quickly glance as this fog kind of starts to go away. You don't really see anybody who shouldn't be there or looking to do something malicious. But in doing so, you do see Butterman. You see the almost what was shining, kind of charred at parts armor. Some of their capes seem to be singed off of the side. A lot of them just seem to be in shock, kind of staring around, don't really know what to do. As you see one of the robed figures flying, runs over and starts shouting commands at them. Help these figures! Get them out! Get them away from the blast! Away! And he flies off. You can see the Butterman kind of just in shock. A few of them, you actually see like 5 are running down, marching in towards the plaza, kind of towards the more western side. You know, that's like the main hall, the Pengroves estate, that area. What'd you get for your check?
Natural 19, so 24.
Okay, yeah, you jump up. There is like a shard. As you look and turn back up to where you came from, as this water's about to rush in. There's a board you have to grab to get up there, but it's kind of sharp. But you go ahead and you grab it anyways. You jump up, almost starts to singe your hand, but you kind of get up right as it's about to run through. You jump up and grab the stone onto the edge of where the canal is, and you do a pull up just as the water
I grab the
splashes together. And you do get the bag, yes. You're getting soaked from that as it just splashes up. Right as you come up, you see Benedict come down to the base of the stairs.
I'm not looking at Benedict. I'm looking anywhere around there. This is the way my sister's bag flew. I'm looking for her anywhere over here. Any remnants of her.
Yeah. You start looking around. Even across on this side of the canal, it's just the base of the stairs. This is how you get up. Nothing here. You look across where the water seems to be splashing over into the bazaar, kind of dying down now, but where you just were, as this water comes back in, the ship that collapsed starts to get crushed by the boats behind it. Even though they're not as big, they just float and they start moving. You guys almost have to duck as almost sort of the part of the splinters seem to fly off the wall. You can see a good 50 or so figures now, almost like ants. You just see them scatter deeper into the city, into the bazaar, as the water just pours in. Looking up, you can see your father, Sivius, as he kind of starts to float down. Get away from the canal, up the stairs, you two. Now, go!
Okay, before I make my decision, so is there anywhere, from where I'm looking, where do I think a body would have flown? Is it up the stairs?
Flown?
Yes, from the ship if it exploded off.
I mean,
We got
Could be
shot
anywhere.
20
It could be
feet back.
360.
Which way would it be if I went the direction that the bag went? Would I have to go up the stairs to find that, or can I go through the city to find where that is, that direction?
I mean, the bag was kind of in the water.
But
it might have
went
been down.
from where she went to where the bag went, that direction.
Yeah, so it's like you're sitting on the stairs. The bag was like right underneath you, and she was like on the middle of the ship. So the
Yeah.
bag was under the water.
Yes.
So like right where you are
So the ship
is
was
what I would
here.
say.
She was here. The bag is right here.
Mm-hmm.
I would go this direction. What
Yeah,
is that
so
direction?
it's like right here, and you're right there.
Okay. Where is the stairs?
That goes up this way to your
That way.
yeah.
And there's nothing this way unless I go up the
No,
stairs.
it's just rampart. It's the wall that goes up.
Okay. I'm not paying my father no mind. I'm going up the stairs.
Okay.
I'm doing what he wants.
You start
He
to-
shouldn't say anything.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you start going up the stairs as Sivius shouts to almost you and Benedict as you're sitting there. She's safe. You don't have to worry.
Oh, stop. I'm gonna message him and say, was this... Oh, what's his name? Was this the Pengroves? That's all I'm gonna say.
Was this Pengroves? You cast message to him? Okay. As you say that, you can almost see him like floating. It's like a good 2 feet above you in the air. His cape kind of floating, maybe 2 inches below his feet. You see the sun in the distance behind him. All the fog almost is completely gone now. As you see, a couple of his disciples are aiding people and kind of helping them and picking them up and guiding them deeper into the city, away from this blast. As you cast that, I do not know right now. Let's do some damage control. You can see him start to float up the stairs.
Is upstairs towards the Pengroves estate?
Mm-hmm.
I will call over to Benedict and say, Benedict, I think I need you to come with me.
Who was that? That flew away?
My dad.
Did he say your sister was sick? Or
Yeah.
who was it?
Yeah. He said that all the time.
I'll look over at
And I'm already
Harrison
going up the stairs.
and follow behind.
All right. You two see Sivius fly up, almost like kind of behind a building, and then your two companions come up to the top. As you're, I'm assuming you said you're helping people. You've probably helped a good 6 or 7 people now, as they just help them to their feet. And you say, "I can handle it from here. Help him," and they start to wobble off.
Okay. If there's any that are like super injured, I would have been using
Out of the
spell slots.
Sure. I would say.
So however
each-
many.
are you casting spells
Use your
too?
spell shots up.
Nope.
You're a paladin. Use your
No,
fucking
I'm like,
spell
imagine I
slots
got
up.
either
Lay on
one
hands,
person in
lay on-
each arm, and I'm ushering them to like a medical area, or just getting people out of there. That's my thing.
Yeah.
Both dying.
Tell me
just
he
go ahead
finds
and
critically
expend.
wounded.
Chad, go ahead and expend a another level 1 spell slot for me.
Okay. I also have lay of hands, so if like they were unconscious, I could like stabilize them.
Yeah, let's
With, like,
back it
1
up
point.
a little, buddy.
Yeah, you can use some of your lay on hands pool of health to aid people as well.
Oh, he's more of a paladin than our paladin.
Gotta spread the good Lord.
But
Crazy.
you see your
how
two
you
companions
180 when your sister-
come to the atop of the stairs.
Oh, I'm not 180, pal.
I'll run over to
I'm
Benedict.
going somewhere.
Yeah, you are.
Oh. I thought you were gonna explain something. I was waiting. And you just.
What?
What's going on? What happened?
Gunpowder. Is this the Crystal Crusaders or is this... Fuck, what's their names?
Pengrove?
Pengroves.
You already forgot.
Well, how many of those basements did we find
We found the gun
emptied
with the gunpowder.
with traces of gunpowder?
In the Pengroves estate there is one, and where...
In our meeting point,
the meeting point.
or not the meeting point, under that.
Crystal Crusader building.
Yep, yep.
And then one where they were hiding Aster Belioth.
Wyvern Taylors?
Yep. Do we have enough to go off of that this is the Pengroves?
No.
Why not?
Because those are 3 different sources.
2 of those sources are the same.
The Crystal Crusaders isn't.
Giovanni took
Took what?
Aster Belioth.
Yeah. Did he?
And
Oh, you don't know, but Ace is for sure. And that's what Ace told you. So yes, you're also for sure.
Let's make a deception check. But
Just
all
me
right.
online.
You can see like 3 buttermans marching past you deeper into Helkian Plaza.
Do you have a charger in your room, Josh?
I say we go to the Pengrove estate.
I say we make sure that everyone here is okay first.
Yeah, I'm hauling injured back and forth. I don't care until they're definitely taken care of.
At least that's what
Yeah.
I'm gonna do. What you guys do, whatever. I'm helping people though. First.
Well, you can help random, so you can help me. And I'm going to start going.
You going where?
That is my
I'm
duty,
going to the Pengroves
sir.
estate. I tell my friends they can help me or they can help strangers. And I'm going to the Pengroves estate.
You have to
I'll
send him
reminisce
some?
on all the times he
I have
cried in
one.
the woods. And
No, I'm asking. This is me in character asking. Do you have the sending stone?
You're coming with me or don't? I have one that goes
What I'm
paladin.
saying is,
I'm
if you
not
need
going
help,
with him.
let us know. But we're gonna help people first.
Yeah, I'm going to help people.
Right in the middle of you guys, right as you turn to go start aiding a couple more people,
Fuck these guys. I'm
you
gonna
see
go.
Sivius kind of float down
course
in
you
between you before he lands. You see him kind of
Ace
brush
is hot-headed, bro.
some stone off of his shoulder. You fall. Not to fret. Those were only mere images, illusions of the real initiates. Your sister was not on that boat. She was in one of the priors. She, as much as me, she is safe, along with the other initiates. Although, kind of, he like looks around. You can see now on Helkian Plaza, looking in the immediate area around you. There isn't much people that you can see. Maybe one figure that's kind of there's like a burning, almost the side of a building as he's taking a bucket of water and just splashes it. Kind of puts it away. He's blast! And he runs back in. Sivius picks up again. I like to remind myself in these situations to stay calm. I believe
Not me.
it's best to stick together right now. I'm not sure what to make of this. Maybe in time the culprits will reveal themselves. Right up almost behind him, deeper in the plaza, those same buttermen you see marching and approaching. As they approach, you can see one almost has this helmet on that was kind of off to the side. As he kind of fixes it, his almost golden hair is like sweaty as it goes almost past his shoulders. He kind of picks up, kind of sheaths his spear on his back. You four, sorry, Chris, sir, not you. You've been summoned to the Great Hall on account of the coined Counsil. And he kind of looks puzzled and looks at Civius. I did not know of this. What is this? They are to be witnesses. They are called an emergency meeting. Right this way. They step off to the side.
Who's talking to us?
One of the buttermen.
So you're telling me the Coin Council called a meeting when one of the members of the Coin Council is right here?
Yes, I do not know what to make of this either. Don't worry. They just do what they're told.
Seems out of
I'll bring them.
Civius
Places
is
his
saying
hand
this?
on your guys' shoulders. Yeah.
Guess I'll walk with if Civius
I'm
is
gonna
going.
say no.
They almost like they like turn to go like follow you, and Civius stops and just looks at him. You can see they just wait. Then he continues. So you guys,
Civius says we should go,
yes,
and he's coming with us.
I believe it is quite curious at a time like this that I should be holding an emergency meeting without myself.
Seems
but
like it's only been like 30 seconds since the explosion. How is there already a meeting for it?
well, the explosion happened roughly about a half hour ago.
Oh jeez.
I think you're a little shaken up there, friend.
My
We've been
bad.
carrying injured
I'll be
for about
thinking
that.
in my head, because I put some things together.
A little messed up in the
If
time.
Civius is going, I
Got
will
it.
follow
You got a
Civius.
concussion.
Civius is not going, I'm not going.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
guys-
I'll be quiet.
Deeper into the plaza, as you walk past, you can see these almost verdant gardens where they used to be. They're still there. They haven't really been hit by the explosion, but a couple of like the pools where you can see almost koi fish are swimming. Some like stones seem to have landed in it, and a lot of the walkways here are just like shattered from where stones hit it. Almost like almost smoke or not the blast radius, but like soot, kind of like a shock wave. Seems to be like just coating everything, where it's mostly like pristine, not quite marble, but like nice, smooth, light-colored stone. It's now almost blackened, almost in the in between where you can see there's small points of grass. Some of them you seem to be almost like flattened out. A lot of the buildings on the roofs, whatever colors they are seem to be just covered with almost like this black soot. As you round a few corners, not much people up here. You don't see anybody aside from a few buttermen. Two people just like standing post, not doing anything. One of them seems to be sitting on a bench, just like leaned over as he takes off his helmet. But as you round the corner, you can see the Great Hall. This huge building with steps that ascend, and this huge, tall, almost comes to a point or a slight curve to the tip at the top, where you can see a circular window where in the past you've seen Giovanni standing in. You know that this shoots out and then goes over farther down to the south of this rampart, looking over the rest of the city. You guys just follow.
Yeah, I'm
Follow
like
Civius?
looking around, just
I stopped to
Taking
look
it
at the
all.
landscape.
oh,
Yeah.
beautiful.
And as you guys kind of approach, you can see a couple guards sitting outside of the town hall as Civius kind of slows his pace and starts talking to you. Now, I must implore the significance of timing. If you haven't made any progress towards the certain item in the Pengrove's possession that we spoke of earlier, kind of gestures toward Benedict, the panic of today's events may prove to be a suitable distraction. And he kind of like eyes, you can see down this main stretch that you know off to the right is where the Pengrove estate is, down almost in a cul-de-sac. As far as this meeting, as you guys kind of approach the steps, you can see that two buttermen kind of click their heels together, waiting. Doors shut. I've been given orders by Critius to use Chad as a vessel to persuade Heraldine to the old faith, your father. I need not remind you of your allegiance and faith in our cause. He kind of like pats his chest where you know that he has the necklace of the ivory goat. Right as he says that, you guys are like ascending the steps. You can see the butterman. Welcome. Right this way. Inside, they are waiting. You can see Civius walk up. You guys ready?
Well, I suppose.
I think we're as ready as we'll ever be.
Yeah.
Onwards.
I'm gonna cast Mage Armor on myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
You cast
Just
Mage
case.
Armor. Reaching out, almost grabbing the large door. You can see a huge door handle. As he reaches out and grabs it, you can as it creaks open. It's like almost 20 feet tall. Goes to pull it open. You know the last time you were here was when you arrived. You came out of one of the almost western wings where you arrived through the teleportation circle and then came out this main section where the doors were open at that time. But as you enter, ahead of you, actually you would have been here a second time to go to Civius's quarters, which you know are off in one of the east wings. But off of this, straight ahead of you, off of this main canal, you can see two almost similar large doors that lead into the main Counsil chambers, which you have not been in, are almost just creaked open just slightly. You can see a crack where you can see sunlight and almost a figure moves past.
Would I have been in here before, I'm assuming? At
Yes.
some point? Okay.
Yes.
Can I use my sensor while we stand there so it heals us?
Can you go ahead and read
Say
that?
no, you won't. It's just a 10-foot radius for.
I think you just say a command word.
Yeah, every 10 minutes the cloud of incense heals 1d4 per turn.
Yeah, you can go ahead and use that.
Well, everybody got blasted, right?
Oh yeah, I could use some health.
Beautiful. Yep. So before we enter there, I'll like take out my flail, and then
You don't roll, Josh. Shake it a little bit.
Bippity boppity heal.
spinning it around. Yeah, I don't know. I'll just like wave it and command it the incense to bellow out of it.
Yeah, you kind of just like
Do your
release
thing.
it. You can see almost like a metal kind of wooden handle where he grabs it, and then the chain that goes down, maybe a good foot and a half, and then this spherical, almost metal ball where you can see there's points on it all over with like stars and different squares that are just holes engraved into it that go into a hollow center where you can just see almost what colored smoke?
Good question. Blue.
Almost
Like a whitish blue, you know what I mean? Like
Like
normal
your-
smoke, blue hue to it, you know what I mean?
yeah.
burning
It starts
smile.
to almost billow out of it, and as it hits the ground, it kind of
You should be like, breathe deep, gentlemen. And then I'll kind of like sheath it.
How much do we heal?
1d4 per turn for 10 minutes. So whenever Shade wants to say it's a turn, I don't care, whatever.
yeah. I mean, it's when you're in the radius of the smoke. But if you want to take a little bit, sit in the smoke, kind of heal up, I'd say you can get.
I want to walk into that room with some aura points, bro. Just smoke.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. You can
We're gonna
just
sit
hold it
there
as
and
it's smoking, walking in. I'd say right now, go ahead and give me 3d4. Each of you can heal.
Sam roll. For all of us.
No, you roll it.
It's up to him.
Roll it.
It'd be a lot easier if you just rolled.
I didn't like the first one.
That's crazy. Roll
You have
it.
to roll no matter what.
Right for mine?
I'll take your roll.
Nope.
No, you won't.
Would I say goes, pal? It's my incense, brother.
Roll 12 times.
1.
I know, that was my first
3d4?
Okay.
That's not a 3. That's not a...
4,
Oh,
1,
5.
2.
7.
I got 17. I got 9.
I got 6.
So now it's gone?
How much time can you use it?
10 minutes. Once per short rest.
So you take a short rest. It's gone.
That was nice, though. Thank you.
thing sucks.
There's 3 turns in 10 minutes.
No, there's more. We'll heal as he has it out.
That's it, bro?
I'm gonna.
Just casually does like 30
Dude, I
points
got
of healing.
auras, and my weapon has aura, bro. I'm an aura farmer.
What Papa? How?
You have de-inspiration now.
You know what I'm talking about?
handy.
Oh,
Oh,
Shade
right
makes
there.
you re-roll whenever.
Don't
you
ever
choose.
say you're an aura farmer and dab ever again.
I think you lost.
For real.
I think you lost all the aura right there.
What's that?
I'm gonna.
Hello, fellow kids.
I'm gonna
What?
use a greater healing pot.
You took that much damage?
Yeah. Unfortunately, unlike everybody else, I take all of the damage. I don't get to half of it and then divide it and then take the square root and then half that
Those
too.
motherfuckers complaining, but
That
you
was a
get
very
sustenance
that was
from
a
rocks.
very basic
It was a
question. to
lot
get some
different
sass
than
on.
that. I actually took half of half.
Me
of
just
part
being
of
like,
it.
would you like me to full
He has
heal
the- he has
you?
the
And you're
most-
like, yeah, I just took damage.
Ace has the highest max HP too.
I don't think I do. think
I have
he has way
94.
more than me.
Oh,
He has way more.
Never
than me.
mind.
I have 66.
I'm more than you.
I'm a hard.
But as you
Wow, used to be.
as you enter,
That's my main thing.
it gets quiet. The doors behind you kind of shut, and it's very quiet as opposed to outside. Just this general white noise that now you're in here. Your ears kind of have to adjust because of just the white noise and the shouting that has been happening outside. You can hear a Sivius as he steps across towards the doors ahead of you. Pushing them aside, you enter an even larger space. This circular space is bright. All different shades of stone are polished to almost a mirrored effect. Marble spiderwebs throughout the floor and up large pillars surrounding the center. Whew. As your gaze rises, you can see the tall rafters that shoot up hundreds of feet into the, you know this to be the tip of the roof, the tallest peak of this building. Glass clusters slowly drift about the space above you, with a fire blasting inside that lights the entire room. You can see them slowly just floating at different heights. It almost gives like a weird glint as you see them just with this fire just blazing inside. The whole east wall across from you, as you enter, lets light pour in, as it is a massive window that can be seen from all districts of downtown Basinport. It's this huge wall that almost goes to a peak, and you see different like slattings of different designs, and you can see this from anywhere in the city, this great hall. This is the window that you look at. In the center lie a circle of about a dozen polished wooden rostrums, all surrounding the middle floor, which depicts a golden and platinum inlay of a symbol. What are you all looking for? As you enter this chamber, who are you looking for? Where would your eyes subconsciously just glance to?
First question. What the
What
fuck
is a
it?
rostrum? It's like an auction.
Like you knew that was coming or something.
Like it's the wooden thing that's kind of at angles, and people put like books.
Like a
and then you
podium,
see- yeah.
essentially? Okay.
Yeah.
A lectern.
Yeah.
My first
Do you
thought
guys see people in there?
Would
Are they
be-
waiting for us?
Who are you? As you enter, like where do you think your character's subconsciously? Who would you be looking for?
What was it
entering
like
this
grand where there's like
Anybody,
5 chairs
just
that
who is
judge
in
the
here.
people?
Yeah, mine
No,
would-
so the whole room is circular, and then you can see these rostrums kind of in a circle facing the center, where there's nothing in the center. It's just floor, other than the symbol.
I'm assuming this ain't a congress for like 20 people. It's for the Coin Council.
Yeah, you see about a dozen of these polished wooden rostrums.
I'm looking for who's there.
I would initially look for my father, and then like a quick second would be to see if Giovanni's there.
Okay.
But it'd be
And if
main.
the dwarf's there.
No, I'm not worried about that. He
I
asked
want to
me.
know if the 4 members of the Coin Council are there.
Okay.
Pangros.
I hate this room.
Sam just
I hate
has
everybody
horror
in this
right
room.
now.
I don't even want to be here.
You kind of just
Literally, yeah. Like, is
scoff
it
as
quiet
you
in
enter.
here?
Very.
All right, perfect. Am I dusty from the battle or whatever?
Yeah.
Are we coming to a stop eventually?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to like the old dad when he wakes up in the morning. I'm gonna just like start like let out a cough, but then like clear my throat and then kind of like.
Well,
Yeah, you can
is
hear
this
his
while the
armor
sensors
clank.
smoking
It's like,
too?
and you hear kind of like echo
Just like
up.
Is this while your sensor's still smoking too?
Oh, not at this point, no.
Everybody, go ahead and give me a perception check, and then if you want to roll another 3d4 for healing, go ahead.
Oh, is it still going?
You said that was it for the day.
Oh, 10 minutes.
Oh, so that's what it.
But once it's up, then yes.
What is this perception?
I'm unusing my health pot because
Yeah, go ahead.
You throw it back up.
10 points of healing, and I got a 9 on perception.
recork that shit,
9.
put it in my bag.
It's fucking chunky. Perception, right? Sorry.
Yep.
Right? 20.
20. So 9, 20,
12.
12,
I'm still a little shaken up.
21.
21.
Pretty
good.
My head itches.
In game
Character.
two.
Okay.
Oh. Physically,
He's
yes.
having an allergic
Mentally,
reaction.
not even a little bit.
Guy's having the worst allergic reaction.
He's
like
allergic
the
to dust.
He's just done.
Just a little bit.
Benedict, go ahead and give me an Arcana check. So as you enter, I'd say Caladan, you notice on a 20, this symbol in the middle, right where everything seems to circle. It's actually pretty large. Like the diameter from side to side is a good 50 feet. But the entire thing is inlaid with silver, different full black stone and white stone to give contrast, and a lot of almost soon to be platinum as it glints off of the sunlight throughout the window beyond. This is the symbol of the monarch minority. It is a coin with Joaquin's profile, surrounded by 2 monarch butterfly wings, very large, right in the middle of the room. What did you get in your Arcana?
A 2.
A
For
2.
10.
For 10.
This guy knows magic.
On a 21, as you enter the room, you can see a couple figures, but what catches your eye immediately, just ever so faintly, on the far eastern end, almost near the window, the way that the light comes in, something refracted it, even just a little bit. You just see something off, almost in the eastern corner off to your left. On a 10 on the Arcana, you assume this might be, you're not sure, something magical is hiding something over there in the corner. You just barely notice as the light refracts, just at a weird angle as you entered. The doors close behind you. You can see Sivius as he steps in. Looking about, you can see every member of the Coin Council, except for Sivius, who you just came with, and Giovanni. You can see Doldrum Donward off to your left. The male dwarf, he almost has a golden blonde braided hair and a blonde beard. You see he's almost adorned in, not armor, which is kind of weird because mostly around this empire, every dwarf you see sometimes is armored, if not for just a little bit of leather or anything. But he's just sitting there, kind of robes that float down to the ground. He's almost has to peek over his rostrum, as his head just barely peeks over. You see Sivius obviously behind you, and your eyes, which you said you would look for right away, is your father. You do see Heraldine Lormo, the male red tiefling. Huge belly, red jacket with gold jewelry on his ears, one almost on his nose that's a little bit small, and a red and a white striped garments underneath. You can see his high black heeled boots as he sits behind his rostrum, kind of leaning onto it, kind of bulbous belly, kind of pinching against it. He kind of glances over, kind of sighs with relief as you enter. You also see Darla Pengrove, the female drow. Light green skin, a very high ponytail. She has almost like a long neck sporting many necklaces that you see draped down at different lengths. Very high heels and 2 glowing blue earrings. She kind of has her shoulders back, sitting behind the farthest rostrum east, her back facing the window. Heraldine off to your left as well. As Sivius enters, he kind of brushes past you guys. Wait here. Kind of walks off to the right behind a rostrum. You hear him as he gets behind one. Yeah, that's really all you would notice about that. Natural 2.
I will,
It happens.
yeah.
But you did get a +8, pretty crazy.
How
so
far?
10.
How far away is that?
It's all the way across the room. So
Nice.
from where, like, the door that you just entered all the way to the window is like a good 200 feet. This whole room is circular with pillars that rise up before they meet ramparts or rafters that just shoot across and just keep going up and up and up and up.
Are the lecterns they're at like in like a circle, or is
Yeah.
it like I can't like
Is it kind of,
awkwardly
It's
cut
kind of it's like
through?
a semicircle, if you will. So it's kind of
Cut
open
through.
where you guys entered, and then they all just kind of go in a circle.
is it kind of like cathedral styling instruction, but like polished?
Give me a history check.
Jesus.
Yes.
13.
13.
I got a +9.
You know, and especially from being here, somewhere up here, you're not sure if this is the same building and they re-acquiesced it, if you will. There used to be a great hall, some kind of somewhat of a kingdom, akin to Stronghold in Petu or Citadel Struktar, which used to be right here. This building, whether it's new or whether it's refurbished, does kind of give you that feeling of kind of a cathedral, but it's almost been changed to look more like a, for lack of a better example, you're like shopping at a Macy's. Like a very extravagant Macy's or something,
Yep.
you know? Very open along the far edges. There's not much detail in here other than like a couple like wooden tables that have like a silver teapot and like a painting of just like a landscape behind the pillars way off in the corners. But from where these glass, almost floating glass things are, give light to the middle, and then everything else seems to be almost darkened around the sides. Aside from obviously the landscape beyond, outside of this window. But as you guys enter and you see these things, you can see Haroldine pick up. Sivius, how grand of you to join us! Kind of lean onto his rostrum. Councilwoman Pengrove called upon us with haste. As you hear Sivius kind of take his point and get up to his rostrum, kind of picking up, shoulders back, akin to Darla. Kind of hands, he slides them into his sleeves.
Wait, does Darla have her own?
Everybody has their own, yeah.
But
and there's
she's
a couple
not
empty
on the
ones.
council?
She is.
She is.
Wait, I thought she was just
They
married
both
to...
are. No,
No,
they
they're
both are. on the
okay,
council.
okay.
Yeah.
As we
Okay.
just calm down quick, I've been meaning to say it, but I just want to say it for sure. I put on the ring,
The one that you got? Okay.
and I'm unattuning to my tentacle staff.
Alright, just you know, it takes, to attune to something, it takes like 30 minutes of like studying it and focusing on it.
I'll fiddle with it as we wait.
Sure.
And, you know, I'm not going to tune right away, but I'm starting the process.
I'd say right about now your smoke starts to dissipate if you guys want to get another 3d4.
I'm actually max health, so I don't need it.
Overhealing.
But as they say this, they're kind of breaking the silence of your... You can hear it just echo. And then your smoke stops fading out of it. But as Sivius takes his point, yes, quite expedient
One away
considering
from Max.
you hold an emergency meeting without me. Who just so happens to be the warden of this city, who, might I add, has been aiding... You can see Darla pick up and almost interrupt him. Yes, the warden in charge of safety of our denizens, are you not? Kind of echoes. Everything gets kind of quiet. The denizens of which you allowed to be obliterated in swaths. He just kind of remains quiet. And we are all blessed with the presence of a shepherd. You can see everybody kind of looks towards you.
Spit on the ground.
You can see it kind of, hear it kind of echo. The same shepherd who supposedly is here to keep us all safe from evil. The same shepherd who struck down two innocents in the safety of my own luxurious home.
I will spit on the ground to that.
I got a question. Isn't the whole point of this entire council to keep this city safe? So aren't you equally responsible for this? Everybody here?
She kind of glances towards Hilding. Now, son, pipe down. There'll be time for you to talk later. Please, we shall continue. But your expressions should be expressed. Are they not, Darla?
I I'm just gonna cut through straight to where I saw the.
I'm gonna
light
pick up
refraction.
talking. I'm gonna pick up talking quick too as he does this, just because I don't know what the fuck he's doing. But I would
Lack
talk.
of district.
Only thing that's crazy that I seem to know is I got lost going to the bathroom over at your place, Darla, and I saw a fair amount of gunpowder. What's crazy is in the ship there was gunpowder all below. I just don't know what to make of this.
Yes, well, I believe your knowledge should be expressed. As you kind of walk past, you can see Doldrum kind of lean on over his rostrum and be like, hey,
Towards me.
better, yeah.
I'll lean over.
If you just want to join them, we're actually going to do like a questioning here, so kind of just join them.
Kind of like looking over your shoulder towards Darla.
Like, do I notice where you're walking? Like that you're just blatantly walking to some direction?
I mean, I'm sure everybody knows. I'll kind of look back and I'll just say, I just need a minute. And then I'm just going to keep walking.
Okay.
Darla kind of picks up again. Yes, so as you four join our halls, Shepard included, you will be questioned as we have been discussing for a brief moment, and we want to know what
Will
you
be
know.
questioned for the person. Whatever happened to my question about the gunpowder?
Yes, we're actually curious to know anything that you have to know on this knowledge, so where you found out that information, how you even know how to ask that question. Kind of looks towards Sivius. Sivius kind of like looks towards you and Benedict. Why don't we all conjoin here, please?
I keep walking. I'm walking to the light.
Darla kind
I'm
of
kind of old. You should be careful about that.
gestures over towards kind of the dark in to the right and the left. You can see like 3 buttermen out of each door. As one steps to the side, and 6 of them seem to pour out and kind of walk towards the window of where you are walking. But as they get to the window, they kind of just stand in front of the window. Where
Like
you
about
saw,
where I saw the.
so yeah, I'd say you get about where you saw this thing. Give me an investigation check.
Knock it out of the park.
Can I give him inspiration?
It would be obvious.
And you don't know what he's
Yeah.
doing.
That's true.
Benedict's just. We think he had found a fucking tasty rock over there.
It is true. My whole cop out, if they were going to yell at him and be like, I don't know, man, he eats rocks. He's a little weird.
22.
22.
Let's go.
Looking around for this refraction, as you get closer, you're now like almost standing in the space where you saw it. This window, as you look out, maybe a good 10 feet from you, before it goes to stone and curves off. You kind of just go to like look out the window, but then kind of just looking around, and this refraction thing you don't see anywhere. As just a quick glance out of the window, what was it, 22? You do see the rest of the city, the slip skids. Almost a couple of the buildings in the distance seem to be on fire, just burning. But from what you've heard, that might not be atypical for the slip skids. As far as right below you to this canal, you can't see directly down. You can't see any water because it almost flows. This you know where you're standing at right now, kind of goes out over this rampart, kind of over the water. But from the little bit of the Whitecap Bazaar, you can see no more smoke. Some people seem to be like picking things up, reassembling different, not treetops, but canopies and things of the sort. Just on a quick glance, as you escape by the window. But as these buttermen kind of walk up and kind of take stance, and put their hands behind their shoulders, 6 of them standing there. Join with the center.
I'll take one more peek out the window and turn around and start walking back towards.
Look him in the eyes.
You hear a little bit of armor. As you join with the middle. Darla picks up again. As you were saying, what is your name, might I ask?
I'm just gonna look at her.
Kind of looks towards Sivius.
We've all introduced ourselves, right?
Yes.
The apple doesn't fall from the tree.
I'm not saying shit, bro.
I'm just getting disgusted.
Far from the
It just feels
Does it hurt actually
disrespectful.
thinking
Yeah,
about
that's
it?
just disrespectful.
It's just disrespectful. I'm
it's
having
almost
none of this.
it's almost kind of like awkward at times, like
Just high chairing
in
the
between
shit out of
where
us.
everybody talks, in between like every syllable, there's like almost an awkward pause, and you can hear the last words that they said like echo up into the rafters.
Are there any chairs nearby?
Not that you see, no. Kind of. Do you all join in like the center?
Were we not there?
I thought we were already there.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
yeah.
You can see Dolgen kind of pick up, kind of steps to the side of his rostrum. Again, it's almost as tall as he is. He kind of walks out. We now ask our apparent witnesses to step forward as you are. Under the watchful eye of Joaquin, do you so agree that all you say is in full respect of the truth in which you know it to be? You see him almost reach out as he has almost like a powder in his hand.
Yep.
For story's sake, can I take an apple out of my... Like as a ration, do I have an apple?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to take an apple out of my bag. Sure, I'm just going to start eating my apple.
I just nod in like agreeance.
What am I going to say? No?
He throws this powder, like lands on the ground around you before it almost sizzles for a sec. Almost like an aura in like a good 15-foot radius, like 30-foot diameter right around you. Almost like a almost orangish glow seems to reverberate before it kind of disappears beneath you. Immediately, Haroldine kind of leans forward. Have any of you orchestrated this bombing? Or anything to do with it?
Okay, am I going to assume this is like truth?
Like truth
Can I?
serum
Yeah.
or
Can I make
some
an
shit?
insight check on that to see if it's
No,
like a truth thing?
like, do we have any idea what this is? When they're like, talking about Joaquin, this powder, this glow, I'm almost 100%.
I'm going to
Yeah.
straight up ask. It'll be like,
Unless
before
it's
I
like
answer...
some lying fucking powder.
Before
Trying to
before
get
I
us
decide to
fall.
answer any of these questions, would you care to share with me what you just threw around us?
Would you say you guys are willing or unwilling to be in a zone of truth?
I would be willing, but my thing would be that I would also want them in it.
Yeah, 100%. I was going to say,
that's
if we're in a
exactly
zone
what I
of
was gonna ask.
truth,
If
Darla
we're
better
in
get
one,
her ass in this
they're-
fucking
So
circle, too.
who's denying?
Me.
For now, me.
Caladan? Benedict?
How does this work? Is this powder just for us four?
Yes.
Because
Yeah,
it makes
Oh,
it's
yeah,
a
then I
zone
would-
of truth.
Zone
I
of
would-
truth is you just can't lie.
yeah. Which, I
When
mean,
you're
it's fine.
within the
Yeah.
radius of the zone of truth.
I'm going to accept it, but before anyone can speak to me, I want to talk to Caladan.
Okay, so Caladan and Benedict, go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw.
+4.
Does a caster know? Or would I know? Does a caster
23.
know if you...
25.
You don't know.
Damn.
25?
23.
23. Who is the first person was going to say something?
I mean, the powder?
I was just gonna ask about the powder, but that's.
That's answered.
Well, I just
what do you
spoke
guys
up
say?
first, I guess.
Yeah.
What do you say?
I was just care to,
Well, I only think...
tell us what that is or what we're in, If I lie, am I going to die, or...
You see Doldrin kind of step back. Yes, kind of fumbling with something like in his rostrum. It is a zone of truth. You agreed to answer truthfully, therefore you should allow yourself to let us know that you're answering truthfully.
I feel that's only true that it goes both ways. We all should be
Caladan, I
in
think
this.
you know what to do here.
Darla kind of picks up. You are the ones being questioned.
And
I
I'm
don't
sure
think
I was.
so.
That was my
Caladan,
first.
you know what to do.
That was my first suspicion, as Darla's the one who, happens to speak up first. Granted, we find gunpowder in her home.
Where is your husband?
Isn't he like at another podium?
Isn't it...
Giovanni
Giovanni?
will arrive with us later.
Is that Caladan? I think it's time to cast a zone yourself.
I think I might be not so much in my feelings about certain things or certain people, but I do think it's only fair. If you are to question us, and we can question you, why would you not be
Why are you so against
willing
it?
to be in his...
Feel free to ask us any questions you want. Any of these members, kind of gestures toward both of your fathers, Doldrum and myself. There are phases to these things. We are holding a meeting. Not only are we the coined council of Basinport, but the entire empire. For now, right now, this phase is us asking you questions. So why don't we get past this step first, and then you can express your concerns.
Okay, I know what Ace wants. I'm going to look to you two. What's your expressions? Are you willing to accept, or do you not want to partake if it's...
Well, I would assume I've dealt with this before at some point.
You know this isn't abnormal.
Yeah, so I would, knowing that you can't lie, but you don't have to tell the truth, I would just accept it, and then I could just speak.
I'll accept it, but I'm gonna make it
think you
known
made
that
the saving throw, so you
I
don't
did
have to.
make it, but I want it to be known that I'm.
It's very distrusting, though.
Yeah, well, I want it to be known that I'm only doing it if Darla agrees to also take the Zone of Truth after we're asked questions, so that we can ask questions.
Did you say that?
Yes.
We can agree to that.
All right. Well, then I have nothing to hide.
Yeah, I have nothing to hide. I'm
Very well.
willing to partake.
You can see Doldrum again, takes some more powder, throws it. Your guys' drops, the other one drops, but now this new Zone of Truth comes up. And now he knows that all four of you have accepted. Again, Haroldine, as I said before, asking the first question, have any of you orchestrated anything to do with this bombing?
No.
Absolutely not. I think you should ask me another question, though. Ask us if we saw undead in New Wheat's Cross.
See, asking the right questions, and they clearly have nothing to do with it. We should be done with this matter. You can see,
W father.
The answer is there was a shit ton undead in New Wheat's Cross. It's kind of crazy that I'm under the Zone of Truth right now and I'm not burning up.
What happens if you lie in a Zone of Truth? Would I know that?
You can't.
they know that you lie.
Yeah,
Okay,
well,
okay.
you're right,
That's-
but like,
well,
you really can't.
I didn't know if there was like...
Well, that's why you accept, you know.
Yeah.
I haven't.
Clearly right there. Not only the four of them, but my own son, perfectly okay. He doesn't need to be questioned anymore. You can see Sivius kind of pipe up. Well, Haroldine, I think all questions need to be answered first. Why don't we slow the pace down a little bit? After all, you're not the only one with a son standing and being questioned right now. You can see Doldrum pick up. Well, why don't we all slow down a little bit? We'll take this bit by bit. We got a whole point of us being here is to figure out what's going on. You see Darla pick up again. Indeed. So why don't we begin by you four explaining anything you know about the what are their names again, Doldrum? You can see him pick up the Crystal Crusaders, Councilwoman. You can see her pick up again. Ah, yes. There's the name. Do you know anything about the radicals, known as the Crystal Crusaders, and what they have to do with this horrendous atrocity?
Last I know of the Crystal Crusaders is they set your house on fire with the elemental, so obviously, yes, we know about them.
But we don't know if they were a part of this or not. At least Chad doesn't.
Yeah, but we
Anything
found
else?
the gunpowder
Any-
at one of their things, right?
I wasn't going to say it.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I'd be like,
You don't have to lie!
Yeah, you just don't have to tell it.
I believe when we went into one of the strongholds of the Crystal Crusaders, just as we found at your estates, might I add, we also found a cellar that
hidden
held
cellar.
gunpowder, and it was not something that was in the open. It was pretty well concealed, as was yours. Again, might I add.
And what does this have to do with the Crystal Crusaders?
This was found at their place.
I'm just referencing that we found barrels, or not barrels,
Remnants.
but remnants of gunpowder in a cellar, and it just so happens that a boat blows up. I don't know. Might be able to.
piece that together. Is that too much?
But now
So
I
was just
when
like-
you say you found gunpowder at their place, what does that mean? Where?
They have a storehouse next to the Broken Boar. I followed one of them because they were looking at us, and they held a meeting there. We went in there afterwards.
Wasn't the meeting somewhere else?
The two of them had a meeting there.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
And we found that in the cellar down below. This is relevant, I might add, because after that explosion, I took off to the boat because I thought my sister was there. And when I went down to where the boat was, there was a bunch of gunpowder barrels underneath that ship.
And I'll like gesture to him as he's saying that, so it gives like context to what I'm saying. Like that's kind of what I meant by it, you know.
So there's gunpowder that we have seen where remnants of where the Crystal Crusaders were. We've seen it there. However, we've also seen it in your house. I think that is what relevant is here. So can we say this is the Crystal Crusaders doing? No, we can not say that any more than this is your doing, Darla.
So let me get this straight. You were snooping around my own home, and you found barrels of gunpowder?
I never said barrels, Darla. I said in both places we found remnants. And I think if we can put a zone of truth in here, you already know the answer to your question, so I don't feel like answering.
She kind of steps out from the rostrum. You can see her kind of approach. She almost has like a silvery, almost dark green hinted, not robes, but almost like a kind of like a half suit, if you will. Kind of steps forward. You can hear her heels clicking as she steps like close to whoever is closest. Gets in the zone of truth. She kind of looks towards Doldrum. I do not know of any gunpowder in my own abode. She turns around, goes to walk back.
Pretty convenient.
You can see
that your
Sivius
husband's
pick
not
up. So if you found these remnants, why weren't you reporting any of this?
Because it's a cellar with gunpowder. You could have many other different things that have
Is there anything illegal about having gunpowder?
I'm just going to put this out there. I'm going to pause. I think you already know about this because we've had a conversation, Father. Because we found this where we found... I'm not saying that out loud, but he should know.
Damn, pounding it off to your old man on the council.
You can see Haroldine kind of pick up. Well, I mean, gunpowder or not, if it was in the Crystal Crusaders or if it was in Darla's abode, who's to say somebody's at fault? We don't have enough evidence.
Yeah, we're not saying that either person is at fault. You were asking a connection. This is the only connection we have found, but it's not a good one to really say anything on.
There you go. Everything they said was truthful, Doldrum. If they know nothing else, then no need to continue this at all. You see Darla pick up. Well, or whatever the case may be. Unless you have anything more to add.
I do have one more thing to add. I think it actually might be helpful. Sivius, this question goes to you. Does everyone on the coined council know that there are only holograms on the boat? Or is that something that only wardens know?
Well, prior to now, I believe myself, Doldrum, and anybody else in charge of the specifically Crystal Pillar dealings would know. It's not an issue. Darla, Haroldine, everybody on that boat, or at least the initiates, were indeed holograms.
So, what Mom's saying is, because I don't know, because I did not know, and that's why I went. Does Darla and Giovanni know that everyone on that boat is holograms?
Well, I know that not everybody on the boat is by means an illusion of magic. The initiates are, however.
I'm looking to Sivius to make sure he can confirm that they know this.
He just gives you a little nod.
As much as I hate to say this, I know of gunpowder in 2 locations. I don't think Darla Giovanni would bomb something they know is nothing there. That leads me to believe we've seen gunpowder with Crystal Crusaders, and this is not knowledge they would have. But, do we have a reason why they would want to bomb the initiates? Is there any motivation anyone can think of bombing this boat?
Maybe to send a message, but I don't know what that message would be.
Has the esteemed coin council thought of anything besides that?
Indeed, we have. Well, I believe that is it. She kind of gives a gesture towards Doldrum. You can feel the zone of truth. You fade, and you're no longer in it. Well, I believe if that's all you have to know about the Crystal Crusaders, and you can feel free to either step off to the side or leave when we tell you. Acrisius, what do you have to think of the Crystal Crusaders being a part of this? You can see him pick up. I don't,
Who the hell is Acrisius again?
Sorry, not Acrisius, Civius.
Yeah, the
Did I say
Acrisius
Acrisius?
thing keeps messing me up. Because that's Acrisius is
Civius.
someone at this crystal pillar, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Civius picks up. Well, judging by what they said, if whether it's in your estate, presumably, or in the
Not presumably. I was in a zone of truth.
Crystal Crusaders' abode, maybe they aren't the ones to point our finger at right now. You can hear kind of pick up. Indeed. Maybe the issue isn't with them themselves. Maybe the whole issue is with the entire old faith. Everything latching on to an old king, hating our new ways, hating Joaquin, everybody down in Hyman's Landing. They always seem to be making a ruckus down there.
I'd just like to... I'm still like standing in the middle, just listening to them. I'd like to point out that all of this bad stuff has happened the more and more people take on the new faith. We had a world of fairly peacefulness until the new faith started taking over. We had the undead army wipe through Newweed's Cross, Gemdrill. Nobody in the new faith seems to really care. People in the old faith are like, well, let's do something about this. I don't know, it kind of seems like the new faith is the issue in this situation.
I guess this is just a repercussion for some of the mentality of thinking we'll just wait till something happens. And
I'm going to mutter under my breath, Theobar.
Indeed, yes. This blockade to the north. Everybody says that it's undead, much as you said yourself. Being
Under
in
the zone of
truth. Indeed. My husband seems to think that they're only marauders. After all, in the capital, we haven't been dealing with any undead, anything outside of our walls. Nothing close to here. All I'm saying is myself, have not seen anything of the sort.
You
what
also
the
have
fuck
zero
is the point
idea.
of the zone of truth? I will literally say that.
No, I'll cut.
I
I'll cut her
literally
off right
say that.
after
I'll
she
say,
says
what
that.
the fuck is the point of the zone of truth if you don't believe?
Nope. I'm gonna just cut her off and say, you also have no idea what you're talking about, considering you had no idea of the abundance of gunpowder in your own home, let alone what's happening outside these four walls of the city. So I think you let everybody else talk in this room and take a break.
Have you ever even left the higher up area? Do you even know what...
Her high chair? No.
Like, do you even know what the rest of the city is doing? Do you have any idea?
As far as the old faith and the new faith goes, I believe you're wrong about that. The new faith is not the reason that all of this is happening. After all, we're trying to vote on these accords that just so happen to have somebody break in and destroy our scepter that was supposed to be on top of this huge statue that was supposed to be a symbol of the grandiose becoming of this new accords. I'm curious enough that's destroyed. I doubt that was new faith.
Well, that sucks.
Indeed.
It almost sucks as bad as all the people that died in Newweed's Cross. Man, I really feel bad about that scepter. That's horrible, a statue.
Kind of gives a gesture towards Haroldine and Civius. You can see them both, they kind of look over towards you guys. Your father kind of gives you almost a settle down or a pipe down kind of a gesture. Civius similar to the rest
for a
of
while.
you. Just kind of sticks out a hand. You can hear her pick up again. I now call for an executive vote, considering everything that just happened. Sivius, if you will. You can see him pull out almost a few materials in his hand and almost mutter something under his breath. And off behind one of the rostrums, you can see almost a circular effect happens. Kind of almost an opaque fog drifts open, and you can see a figure step out. You see Giovanni Pengrove, the male drow, light, almost blueberry-colored skin, kind of Tony Stark-like facial hair, kind of sharp, black eyebrows, and piercing blue eyes. You can see he was wearing almost a black trench coat with silver fittings over top. Kind of steps out of this circle behind a rostrum, kind of picks up, looking about the room. Darla continues. As I was saying, to ensure the safety
How nice
of our...
of you to join us.
Please be quiet or you will be removed.
I'm gonna look at you
I'll hit her with the...
and smirk.
Stands up straight. Because he's 3 feet tall.
And then I'm just gonna thumb through my spellbook as I start.
To ensure the safety of our citizens, protect those who look to us for aid, and safeguard our future under the rigorous watch of Joaquin, who has ever blessed this empire with bountiful plenty. Kind of leans, looking towards you. The monarch minority will become sovereign, effective immediately. All Council members will retain their posts, but answer to the minority's benefactor, my husband, Councilman Giovanni Pengrove. She kind of gestures over towards Giovanni. He's not looking at anybody in the room, but just kind of like drifting about. Immediately you can see her Sivius kind of leans against the thing, his rostrum. Why don't we call for a recess of sorts? Not only 5 minutes is all we need. It is well within your rights.
Who called for the recess?
Sivius. Very well. Kind of steps off. Gives a gesture towards Haroldine. You can see him kind of... I guess we'll be right back. Doldrum? He just kind of waits. Seems to be writing something. Right this way. Kind of gestures you four, Haroldine, and himself to almost walk off towards one of the side halls. You can see these 6 buttermen standing there, and they kind of watch as you start to walk. Do you want to follow them?
Yeah, quick sidebar. How many people are like congregated in the room pretty much with us, minus the butterman?
Just the councilman and councilwoman.
Okay.
And you four.
So 4, 5.
Kind of getting an idea for numbers.
But yes, as you guys step through this room, you almost walk through the pillars. Again, it's like echoing as you guys walk. You can see as you peer back, almost looking at Giovanni, just standing still, waiting, almost like tapping his fingers kind of impatiently. Kind of opens the door. Right this way. Right there. In there, son. Kind of gives you a pat. Follows. Kind of shuts the door. You enter almost a space not dissimilar from the room in which you entered with the teleportation circle when you first arrived, but not quite that large. It's almost a little bit smaller. You can see other offshoot doors that go places. Again, all of the decorations are like almost like pointless, if that makes sense. It's like a painting on a wall of like a non-specific location, and different tables holding just like shiny things. As you step in, I must remind you, Sivius, again gestures towards his chest, why we are here. I think her calling for this executive vote is a rather abrupt. She's trying to use this to strike while the iron is hot. Now, how you four don't have a say in the matter, I believe we know of one person who is the tipping point. You kind of look over towards Harley. He's kind of not really paying attention, just kind of like itching his neck. So he's just kind of like gives a look towards you, Chad. Why don't you three follow with me while we talk? Walks off through one of the doors.
Yeah, I'll follow.
I obviously do.
I'm assuming I don't. By you, when you said you three.
You can do whatever you want.
What do you want to do?
Well, I'm assuming he was talking to you. That's why I was really. So I'm in a room with just my father.
Yeah, as the door shuts, you hear shut. You look up. It's like pretty low ceiling. Definitely not as big as the last room you were in, but
Is he just like standing awkwardly?
he's kind of. Give me a perception check.
Oh God! Please, a good roll. Or not? That's cool. 8.
8. Yeah. He seems to be just like not really paying attention. Even energy's a little bit off because you know your father, but you're just kind of in the room together as you kind of just like rubbing his hands together.
I guess I'll walk over to him.
Well, at least you're out of the zone of truth.
It wasn't that big of a deal. I've been in it before. Not telling a lie is pretty easy.
Yeah, well, I knew you had nothing to do with it.
But supposedly they're going to have a vote coming up.
Yes, we'll do that as soon as the reason.
Yep, I understand. That vote is basically going to give Giovanni all power. You understand? Like, you guys are going to be on the council, but the ultimate say goes to Giovanni. And you guys talk about how the King Hyman wasn't that great, and he was a single power person. So how does going to that same structure help anybody? Regardless of the faith.
You see him kind of stroke his beard. He gives like a big gulp. Yeah, kind of like sits back on his heels. I don't. A little bit nervous with everything happening on. I see why she would call for this vote, but I hear what you say. Take it into consideration, but you have to understand. The Pengroves are powerful people. They know many things. They do many things.
We used to be a powerful family too.
I believe we are right now.
Great. So, use it. Help people. Have you been to the lower parts of the city?
From times.
They don't like the idea of the monarch minority. They're not happy about this. So, is this just for personal gain on their behalf?
I believe
we used to help people.
Yes, as far as Hyman goes, and our name, we do help people. The law knows I try to donate to charities, do whatever it needs to, donate some of my time. But as far as Hyman goes and the old faith, I don't really have a belief on whether we need a king or not, whether there's one man or a council leading us. That is why it was erected, the coined council. That's why I'm on that, to not put the power in one person's hands, as the old faith believes it should, and the new faith believes it shouldn't. All your points are valid, however, with the way things are going, maybe a change isn't bad.
I think the council is needed to be on equal grounds for checks and balances reasons. If one person has all the power, there is nobody to say that they can't do whatever they want. And you heard before, we were in the zone of truth. There was gunpowder in her house. Not saying they're a part of this in any way, but if Darla doesn't even know what Giovanni's up to, then how are any of us?
I hear you.
And
You see, he kind of keeps looking over his shoulder.
One second.
Just kind of itchy, generally.
I have something that I might want to use. I've never used it.
It whips out 2 fireball shooters.
No. How long would you say we've been talking for?
Good 3-4 minutes.
Okay.
What are you trying to do?
Well, I'm trying to figure out if I want to do it, but it'd be words of terror.
Fucking do it. Do you want to do it?
I'm trying to figure out how to word it to where it would work in our
beneficial.
benefit. Yeah.
You can see he's kind of just itchy in general.
I don't even know what that is.
That's because I've never used it.
Your dad had an STD.
You know, it seemed like you were kind of nervous, maybe a little fearful for whatever reason, you know. But I assure you that the consequences of going down to one person are far worse than what would happen if you don't vote for them.
Are you using words of terror?
I am.
All right, what does it do?
So, once per short rest, you can speak to a humanoid alone for 1 minute and cause it to become frightened of you or another creature of your choice. So I want him to be afraid of me. No. Giovanni. I want him to be afraid of Giovanni.
Can I read it?
And then, if it fails a wisdom save DC 17 for 1 hour or until its allies are attacked or damaged. Yeah.
Words of
So you
terror.
can choose.
Who they're scared of.
You can.
Yeah.
That's what it says.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Hell yeah. W.
So essentially,
Yeah.
my goal with it is to get him to vote against a single person. Counsil.
Single person
Yeah.
of Giovanni.
Yes.
You see it as you use this.
And it's very, like, subtle. Like, my eyes kind of, like, get a little glow red, but you can't really tell very good. Unless, I would say he would be able to tell if he saves.
Yeah, you looking at him, and it just his general almost body language doesn't change at all. He just kind of like sits there. Yes, indeed. See, it's a tough decision. I normally don't speak to you about these sorts of things. We sort it out, with our council and what have you. However, the entire time I've been in the council, Giovanni has never really done anything to make me think that it's wrong. Inherently,
It's not necessarily Giovanni. Like, yes, Giovanni, in our belief, maybe not yours, is not a good person. But the idea of having all the power be one person is the issue. That's what I want you to vote against. Keep it, at the very least, keep it to where the council doesn't change. It's the exact same. We can work with that. But if it goes down to just Giovanni, who knows what could happen.
You see him kind of like look over his shoulder again. No, I believe changes need to be made. We need to make this decision now, considering everything that's happened. He's not meeting your gaze now, and everything will be for the better.
You've ruined the name.
Our name?
Yeah.
No.
What do you mean? You don't stick up for anybody. You're here just for money. You bend over because someone offers you a little bit of coin, whatever. That's all you care about.
That is not all I care about. I don't only care about coin. I care about people. I care about you.
Really?
I
You don't care about coin? You have an entire museum for stuff.
And we sell those things and
To buy more stuff. It's all a bunch of stuff that just sits in a room and collects dust. You haven't helped anybody. And if you do, it's little charitable acts or whatever, but it's just to make you look good. It doesn't actually mean you're a good person.
You've changed a little bit.
Yeah, dying does that.
Give me a perception check.
Natural 20.
That was the best line you've ever had, by the way. That shit was fire. That was literally a mic drop. Yeah, dying does that, dumbass.
Natural
Rips
20.
open his robes. You see this?
You're not alone
I figured.
with Haroldine. In the corner of the room, almost not quite off to the side, but almost to where he's been looking over his shoulder. You see almost like a mirage, if you will, like kind of when the heat on a road kind of changes the perspective a little bit. One of the almost shelves in the corner just shifts a little bit.
It's a shelf?
Not the shelf itself, but there's something in front of it that...
Like imagine heat
it-
coming
does it-
off of the pavement.
No,
you
I
can
get
see the
that.
ripples.
Does it,
You know,
in the
it's
shape
what-
of like a humanoid size?
you feel
With a
it
natural
shivers
20, yes.
Okay, so I'll call everybody, like, I know you're over there, just, you don't need to hide. I don't even look at them, I just keep eye
See
contact.
Giovanni immediately like look over. It's
Giovanni.
almost not Giovanni.
I was like,
Haroldine.
"Huh?"
Immediately, Haroldine almost shoots and looks over his shoulder. There's almost like a moment. The form drops. You can see a silver male dragonborn. Gold eyes, a black cape. You know this to be the captain of the Monarch Guard.
Is that the one that
Captain Garofel.
Kaladin, yeah.
You can see his almost long dragon-like snout, silver, almost refracting off of the light from above. He kind of gets a little bit of a grin, kind of looks down as he steps forward. Kind of pulls out a sheet of paper as it unfurls, kind of still curling at the bottom, but just briefly from what you can see, it's like a list of names in almost groupings before he kind of like rolls it up again, shoves it away.
Do I catch any of the names?
You're not close enough.
Okay.
Need I not remind you, Haroldine? Your name, as you mentioned, the esteemed name of the Lormos. It's not up to you. Everyone will know of your tarnished name. You will be destroyed.
Kind of gestures towards you as well.
At least your glory. We have copies of all your records. Nobody will know if they have been doctored, but they will cease all dealings with the Lormos, and with a name held in high regard, Councilman. It's a long fall. Not to mention the monarch minority will retain ownership of all of the belongings in the capital that you own effective immediately, should you not abide with the new faith.
So like we're totally like out of the picture, right? We can't hear.
I
Like,
kind of wish
Yeah,
we would
so-
have left the room.
like we
You
can't.
guys-
I don't want to hear this.
Like we can't
I know, but I
notice
wish
there's
we
another
would have left the fucking room.
booming voice or plate boots walking or like we were just gone.
When
you
I
know
said,
what
like,
mean?
Yeah, so
Dying
you
does
guys
that, I
you guys
would've
stepped
been
off
loud.
as this happened. Door shut, and then Sivius kind of led you off almost down a hallway. You can see there's a lot of almost like busts of stone, and as you walk,
Boss?
yes, and then all the way down the window until you can see a smaller window that overlooks the rest of the city.
I didn't know Mina was in that room.
As he says this, you pick up a weird feeling, something that's kind of fresh to you, new to you, but ever since you got your laurels and you spoke to Cassius and learning from what you have over the weeks that you've been with Caladan, you feel the sight of Tyr upon you. It almost makes your blood boil.
In a good way?
But the oath that you convinced yourself to become, the oath that you want and you need, and for you, your friends, your family, whoever it is, you're almost torn between. As Garofel says this, it's almost like Tyr wants you to do something about it. You remember that vision that you had where you struck down pure evil in front of you. But then you're also torn between your oath, and you know that whether it's your family name or anything else, if you convince your father to go with the old faith, make it so his vote doesn't pass, everything that will come upon him and his family name will come true, as you've just so found out.
Yeah. That's some bullshit.
What are you leaning towards in this moment? You can see him kind of just grinning towards Haroldine.
Walking out and shooting Giovanni in the face.
I mean, it's pretty typical of your
This
character.
guy's got a little ace in him.
Pulling a crossbow out, you know.
Yeah. Oh. God, that's a crossroads right there, isn't it?
You can see Garofel kind of step back, his armor almost a little bit of a clink to it. Just standing there.
Who's in charge? I'm asking Garfield.
In charge of what?
If this were to happen and he were to vote against, then the name would be destroyed. Who's responsible? You at least owe me that.
What if I said it was me? What would you do about it?
Guess you'll have to find out, huh?
I guess we will.
So who was it?
What do you think?
Can I do a persuasion check?
Sure.
Do red. That's not great. $17?
17.
Plus 9.
Isn't it quite obvious? It's Giovanni.
Figured.
Councilman Pengrove is in charge of the Monarch minority, whereas I am the god. I tell him what to do, but I answer to him.
I'll tell my father the decision's up to him and I'll walk out the door.
Alright.
I'll just walk away.
It's kind of just quiet. Which door are you going out of?
The main door. Like, I'm going back to the hall.
Okay. Yeah. It's just quiet. You go to walk out. Not a peep in the room as you leave. The door shuts. Right about now, Sivius picks up again.
Well, I believe our recess is done. Let's hope he did what he needed to. You guys have done quite well, although you're quite a rowdy bunch. I suppose it's up to the gods now. Shall we?
I will let out. Kaladin will let out like a sigh, like it's just gross.
This is the way things are. You can't be a shepherd running around punching your way through, slashing and using your maul or your flail to beat down every enemy. Wars are not only won on the battlefront, but in between the walls. That is the war we are fighting right now.
Okay, sure. That's how I feel about it. Sure, you know.
As frustrating as it is.
Where's so do we know, did you come in where we are?
No, I went into
they
the
went
main
out to
hall.
the main hall.
Can I just walk back into that room? Like, do I know it's been like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Is anybody in there? If I walk back in there?
You go to walk off. Sivius kind of follows. You two, let's rejoin. You go walk in the room. Only person in there is Haroldine. Kind of picks up. Sivius! Let's continue. Kind of rubs his neck as he turns around.
Like, wait, where's Chad? Where did Chad go?
He entered the main hall. Let's go continue with our meeting.
Opens the door. You can see Sivius goes to walk out. You guys follow?
Yeah, we follow.
All right. You guys all walk out back into the main hall. Dead quiet. This portal, almost of sorts, you can see is still up as Civius and Haroldine go to walk back to their main posts.
Do I see Chad?
If you're still out there.
Oh, I'd be standing like right in the middle, of the hall.
I am going to immediately look for expressions. If you think this went well.
I think
thinking the same
it would be like not even an insight check. Like it'd be very easy
We're all
to
in the
tell
room
that
right
I'm
now?
pissed.
Can I look around and instead of counting people this time, I want to see if I can get a count on how many Buttermen are in there.
6.
Lurking.
Same 6.
Just
Off the
6 in the room.
Is the white guy there? Sorry, Meta. The Dragonborn?
The silver.
You don't see him.
Okay, I don't look for him then.
So I walk
that
up.
makes sense.
We walk up to you, right?
I don't know. Do you?
Yes.
Okay.
I walk right up to you and say, "Well, how did it go?"
Oh, I'm behind you, Kaladin.
I'm gonna
following.
whisper to Kaladin, like trying to make it so only Kaladin can hear.
Yeah, give me a stealth check.
Yeah, I would have to
2
yell
feet
for
up.
you to hear.
I'm under him.
That's what I'm getting at. I'm like, we're close to the same height.
I'm being very quiet about this.
I think he has advantage with how he explained that. Wouldn't you, Shade? I mean, that was a pretty good. He doesn't want him to hear. That sounds like advantage to me.
What's going on?
Oh,
What do you
I
say?
hear that
What are
shit
you
all
rolling
day.
for? Stealth? What?
I hear
I'm
that
whispering
shit
to you?
all day.
Oh.
Can I roll to hear that?
Give me a perception.
So what did you say?
Nothing yet.
16.
I'm waiting for the rolls to stop.
Oh,
What did you roll on it?
I rolled 10.
Yeah, you hear it.
good. So,
Giovanni's blackmailing my father into voting for him.
and how do you?
All
know
I
this?
needed to hear.
What was the Dragonborn's name?
Yep.
Is that what your father
What,
told
what
you?
was like? What's the Dragonborn's name again?
Garofel.
Dr. Doofus.
Garofel was in there and said that he would tarnish my father's name
Mm.
if he does not comply.
So he's here now.
He was at least. He was invisible.
So there's 10 calories in the first.
You can see Darla and Giovanni are talking off to the side, in between their rostrums. Just
Before this, I will also ask you. So what did he specifically threaten you with, or your family, or your father?
To ruin our name,
There's more outside.
which I took my oath up to uphold.
Quite the
So-
conundrum.
If he votes for him, I keep my oath, but we fuck everything up. If he votes against him, I lose my oath. But we win.
Mm. Yes, it was almost like that one time I was almost going to give up my oath to save my friends. Sometimes, yeah, I don't know, it's hard when it comes to making that moral decision, but I was just curious, I guess, before we see what happens here.
Yep.
What am I gonna do with this Dragonborn, bro? I got something cooking, buddy.
kind of clearing their throats. You can see the Pentagirls return to their rostrums. Giovanni kind of looks towards Civius. I believe we do not have much time. Very well. Gives a nod towards Darla. Yes, let us resume. Looks towards you for. I believe your services are no longer needed. Please exit the building and wander the main halls, or leave the hall entirely.
I don't move a muscle.
Neither do I. I'd like to see the rest of this meeting out as we've
So
already...
Giovanni just came out of thin air, right, when they conjured that shit. I'm just curious, by chance, is there anybody else who's been a part of this or has said something to anybody to either answer? I guess all I'm trying to figure out is, are we the only ones who are here? Because it does not seem like everybody's just being forefront with them knowing they're here. And I'm only speaking of a certain dragonborn, probably named Gerfeld.
Yes, you must be speaking of the captain of the guard. He's in
This
the
is
other room.
where I would like to invoke our initial agreement. I was just curious, can we ask a couple questions now? Now that we've answered your questions? I mean, I know the time is of essence, but I think we should get our side of it as well, should we not?
Before you kick us out the door, that is.
And I would
Definitely.
like everybody, as we were, to be present for this meeting. Is that doable?
Well, as I said before, there are phases. If you have any questions, we're happy to talk it out and speak of these things, as you much so have concerned, after.
I don't think that was a part of the
No, it
initial
was
plan.
after our questioning, which is done,
just
as you
think-
You
said.
can see Sivius
I
pick
will-
up. There is a time,
How far away am I from Giovanni?
15 feet.
Can I walk up to him?
Um,
In like a,
Attempt.
I'm not in a way where it makes it look like I'm trying to
Not
attack
like a
him.
threatening way.
But like an angry way, but not like a I'm
Like a
gonna attack.
stern?
Yeah.
Stern.
right before you do that, you hear Sivius pick up. There's a time when there are things to say, much like Dala has said. But I must say to you four, true wisdom isn't knowing what to say, but
When to say it, yada
when to
yada. I'm sorry, but we're well past that right now.
I'm gonna.
We will not be
I'm gonna
leaving until we get.
tell him that.
some
Like,
answers.
I'm gonna take initiative here and also take a couple steps forward, but I will like look back at my party and let them know that
I've already
like,
been
I
walking.
get where like I kind of shut the fuck up for like 1 second, you know what I mean? Like just like put the guns away, you know, and then I'll turn back around. I think all of this, you know, we should do this the right way, the proper way. I am not against that, but from what I'm hearing, this doesn't seem like we can all make, or you guys could make accurate votes when I catch word of when we go off to have a meeting, we have somebody hidden in the shadows sitting here listening to our conversation, and then also, from what I hear, threatened one of the members of the council. So it seems like there is a lot more going on here, and I do not feel comfortable, I guess, leaving quite yet. It
kinda
doesn't
quiet.
seem like we're following the script per se.
it's kind of quiet after you say that.
I'm still
Very-
walking up to.
Not kind of
Giovanni,
quiet,
by the way.
it's very quiet.
How far away is Chad from me if he's deciding to walk up?
10 feet.
I'll also walk to the center.
How close? How close am I to Giovanni at this point?
How close do you want to get?
I
Can
want to
I-
like whisper. I want to mutter something to him where my goal isn't for anyone to hear it, but I don't care if anyone else hears it. Like I just want it to be like me and Giovanni type of thing, but I'm not trying to make
Yeah,
it.
it's like 10 feet.
Yeah. I was thinking like 5. Like I want to be close to that him.
You can
Right?
see him just standing behind his rostrum.
If you do anything to my father in any way, either hurts his name or gets him hurt, you won't live to see tomorrow. And that's my promise.
Give me an intimidation check.
From all the times you get a natty, bro.
Okay. Not horrible. 23.
All right.
And then I'll
Yeah.
just walk away. I'm not waiting for a response. I'll just walk back to the group.
Okay.
I'm just letting him
Yeah.
know that.
And me still saying this, like, being genuine about it, because I know where I stand, I know where everybody else stands. I'm not trying to persuade people, I just want this to be fair and equal, as it should be, before they decide to cast a vote, you know. So I'm just presenting that.
Yeah. As you walk back to the group and you finish saying that, it's like very quiet. The entire hall kind of like echoes for a little bit of a pause, where you can see a doldrum behind his rostrum. I think it would be wise that you guys leave, you can stay right outside the door. And afterwards, we will invite you back in and you can do whatever you please.
I'm very confused. I'm gonna message my father. Do you really think we should leave? Why the hell would we leave right now?
I'm gonna look back at everybody in my party and get either physical or verbal affirmation of whether or not we are moving from our position. I will look at Ace after you. Do you want to say your?
He like barely moves his lips, and like nobody else in the room can really see that he's talking, but he responds to you. You should leave.
I'm gonna start.
So I will look at Ace first.
I'm gonna start heading out.
Chad. Essentially, are we leaving or are we staying?
I have ways of finding the information out if we leave.
Well, and we're not necessarily leaving.
No.
We're just stepping outside the room.
Yeah. I have ways of listening. Is what I'm getting at.
Just cast Scry quick, bro.
Benedict?
I'm just
You
gonna
also
sit
leaving?
down and yeah, I'll start to turn around and make my way out.
Then I will say one thing before we leave. Well, then we will leave, but I just hope everybody in this room, before they decide to make this decision, makes this decision off of what they believe is what is right, regardless of if any family name or reputation is going to be tarnished. This is about so much more than something that, I don't know, is, what's the word for it?
Important.
Yeah.
Darla pipes up. Important.
So I just hope, and I'll look at Haroldine, that, again, you decide to make a decision based off of that and not if whatever they said is true and if we're going to get the answers for it or not is what you do what you think is just and right, not what you're forced or threatened to do.
Give me a persuasion check.
21. And like that is going to be the most genuine I ever am, because that's, you know,
What you genuinely believe.
I've only done things that all I thought was right, you know. That's what got me there. That's what got me to know my friends, and I know your father. And if what you say is true, and how I know him and the vibes I got from him, yeah, I want to let him know that.
Call me your friend?
Yeah, you guys definitely are. I would have died for you in like third episode.
Bro.
Every single one of you guys, I would have destroyed my oath just to save your lives. Yeah, I would say that's pretty decent friendship. Yeah, but that is just geared towards him knowing, or from what I heard, you know. So yeah. 21.
Whoever would like to give me a perception check. This is to see Haroldines' reaction.
17.
17.
13.
Did you roll, Sam?
Again?
For a
You want
perception?
to see it?
Yeah, 21.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out if I would even be in the space to like even care. Like, so like if rolling would matter or not.
It's just like,
It should close it.
No,
It'll
it's
burn
up
a
to
little
you.
bit, but if you blow it, it'll be like.
I think it's 11.
You might.
As Caladan says that, you can see where he was like kind of leaning over his rostrum. Haroldine was kind of like head tilted slightly down. He doesn't look at you guys, but he kind of just like stands up, and just like stands there.
I guess we're walking out.
yeah, and I mean, that's it for me.
As you walk, you can hear the
I'll like do the same thing. I'll like kind of bow, you know, and then I'll walk out.
As you walk past, you can see Sivius like looks towards you guys and gives you a nod. Two Buttermen open the door from the other side.
Let out a good boy.
I'm gonna walk off a little bit. to where the buttermen don't directly see me.
Okay.
And I'm going to cast clairvoyance.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand as close as I possibly can to the door, right next to the butterman, and I
With my
will
ears
just
pressed
like,
against.
look back and forth between them. But I will be like just trying to listen in, even if I can, just be as close to the door as possible.
Are we all right next to each other?
I walked
Besides
off to be
Chad.
like a little more hidden, but I'm casting clairvoyance, so that way I can hear the conversation.
Kind of talking and not direct. Is this not a good time for me to say go somewhere where someone is not to get something that we want?
Yeah.
You
I would say
have,
this is a
That is
perfect, opportune time to do so.
You have a stone. I'll be back in a second if you need me, but I feeling I might need some assistance from one of us to get through a thing that I'm not the most knowledgeable with, so I might take someone with us.
I will say you two went on a leisurely walk to get some air.
Yeah, we're a little hot-headed.
And just
Everyone
know I
knows
hate
I-
lying.
How far are we from the Pengroves estate?
Probably a good 15, 20-minute walk.
So like as you're saying that, I'll be very stern, very direct, and look at both of you and be like, and as you know I hate lying, make please, with haste, as fast as you can.
We're gonna head out and start going there with haste. If I see someone, a carriage, a taxi per se, I'll ask for a taxi.
I'm going to... I'm going to cast Expeditious Retreat on all of us.
Okay. Keep in mind the material components for spells and stuff as you're
You just
casting
left,
it.
right? So it's just
Well,
No
I'm
material,
like,
maybe.
if there was a pillar, I'm just out of visual sight. Because it's a verbal...
Of the two buttermen.
yeah, it's verbal,
This is
somatic,
verbal,
and
somatic.
material, so like...
So
Yeah,
just-
you guys
They're
can
gonna
easily
see
cast them to
everything.
everybody.
Godspeed.
And what does that do?
The spell allows you to move at incredible pace. When you cast a spell, then as a bonus action on each of your turns until the spell ends, you can take a dash action. So it's just
you guys are like
For 10 minutes.
Naruto. Or
So like, Ace can like really fucking move.
And I'd say right as you're casting this clairvoyance,
like you got like some parts of your nose that it's gonna like,
you, Chad,
disintegrate, right? Like
hear a voice in your head.
Mm-hmm.
Guttural, almost deep. Kind of seems urgent, if you will.
Under my eyes, Skipper has completed a tunnel to the Giovanni's private quarters. Meet Kazogeth at a stroke of luck. Time is of essence. Make haste.
You know this voice is Fortis. And that's where we're going to take our break.
we're still together.
Yeah.
Or, okay.
oh my god, hand in hand, skipping your.
There's
way
too
to
much role
wherever
playing.
the fuck you're going.
That was good, dude.
Yeah, that was
That was good.
Sorry, I have ADHD.
That was a good line from Chad, dude.
Yeah, that was the best line out of anyone's ever said, honestly. I mean, it was perfect.
Yeah.
Dude, I can tell Caladan just wanted that. He wants that Dragonborn action.
The entire,
Shit out of that guy.
the entire time, I'm like in my head, I was genuinely thinking about just pulling my crossbow out and shooting Giovanni. Like it was genuinely just sitting there.
We all probably would have.
Oh,
hopped in
was
there
it
too,
was
yeah.
it the dog that kept bumping the camera?
It was the
No, it was
cat.
the cat.
I would see it go.
Oh,
It would move, it'd go, and I'd look over, and my camera would be fine. I'm like, what? But yeah, we're gonna take a quick little break, get a little bite to eat, and we'll be back right there.
Where's Giovanni? He'll be here in a bit.
Welcome back. Yeah, getting right back in. You're in this hall, right outside of the main one. You can see the doors, which you have been through all four now. One off to your right, where you came in through the circle when you first arrived in the city. Off to your left, that leads to Acrisius' quarters.
Not Acrisius.
Or, yeah, Sivius. And then the front door. There's two buttermen. at the door, like behind you. But as Chad said, he's going off to cast clairvoyance or whatever. You cast expeditious retreat, which all four of you as what does that look like when you cast that?
It's verbal semantic, so I.
Use your finger to draw the Disney symbol. And
You'll feel yourselves speedy.
Whoa.
Fast as fuck.
No, there's a little bit of a spring in your step as he casts it. You can almost feel the magic as it like kind of seeps into you. You feel almost lively, like you could jump 10 more feet than you normally do. Just leap around. But as you're casting this clairvoyance, you can hear Forvis in your mind. Under my eye, Skipper has completed a tunnel to Giovanni's private quarters. Meet Kazogeth at a stroke of luck. Time is of essence. Make haste.
And I can respond, right?
Yeah, 15 words or less.
If you keep my father's name safe from lies, I'll be there. We can
13. Fair play.
All right.
just
Yeah.
add a couple.
Yeah. Put a couple.
No, Swarvis, he's done nothing wrong yet.
Yeah, that is a big word at the end. Yeah.
Okay, so me and Josh are walking.
Who has the sending stone?
We handed them off to each other.
I have
four
me,
You know.
and I've already used it today.
Yeah.
The one to talk to Forvis?
Yeah.
Because I asked for help.
About the big boom. The big bad.
Yes. So
And
you
I heard-
hear, yeah, you so you do hear the muffle again
From the stone?
wherever you have it, but responds back to what you say. I can deliver.
Would they have ran off yet?
We're walking.
That's why I'm asking.
Going towards the door.
Motion.
About to open the door.
This is where you speak the fuck up, pal.
I was letting you roleplay.
That's meta.
Calm down, dude.
That's meta, bro.
Okay, I'm gone.
They
I
can't
turned
see
around
you.
to-
What are you waving at them for?
I'm gone. I'm gone. Fuck this guy. I'm gone.
I turned
I'm
around.
gone.
Johnny,
I'm out the
picture
door.
what
I
you're
saw you
doing.
wave.
I'm sorry, Shade. I'm out the door.
Like, for one
I
second.
tried. I'm out the door.
So, like...
I thought I was.
No. Like,
I thought
they
they
are
were coming into the room I was in.
No. We were all in the same
I'm
room.
out the door. I'm out the door. This is where we're at.
Johnny,
you
the
guys can
room
do what you
before
want.
we're in is the room we just left together.
There's a misunderstanding. That's a misinput. So I will yell at them that I need to talk to them.
Do I hear him? I'm out the door. Do I
I
hear
run
him?
over to Chad. What do you want?
We should have kept. We should have.
I picture
Stick
Chad's
to our-
in there.
No, yeah, like
It's
like he's stabbing his foot.
The
Like,
Lettermen are like,
yeah, they can't see him. They just hear like little grunts or like.
Hey, you were on a heater earlier. I need you to lock the fuck in.
Look, I got the rooms all messed up.
No more Chipotle.
Not all of us
Yes,
draw
but this
little
is a-
scenarios. Not all of us draw scenarios. Fucking me.
What is it?
He felt the air pressure change or something.
The spiritual pressure, dude.
So, I whisper to whoever decided to stay.
You whisper to the people who are out the door.
Johnny,
Yeah.
I'm the only one who's staying.
I'm here.
No,
I'm here.
Josh said he was here. Benedict.
But they're not the ones who were staying.
Okay,
Came
for
back.
shade,
I understand
for shade, I will say we saw you
Okay.
and we came back.
So now I am
Johnny?
relaying the information to you guys.
I'm not there.
Skipper. You guys go fuck yourselves. Yeah, how about that?
We were already doing that. Okay? You're the one going.
Okay, I'm gonna pick up. Hey, we're about to leave. What do you have to say? I walk out the door.
I got a message from Forbes. Skipper's dug a tunnel to Giovanni's, and we're supposed to meet somebody at a stroke of luck. Now.
The only thing I can think of this is that's probably not the best for us. He's going to get something that we want to get. We kind of want to get that before he
I don't
does,
know
don't
if,
we?
given that information, I do not know if it was Skipper himself or Skipper's men.
Either way, I don't think
But-
we want him or his men getting what we want.
Probably a whole lot better if it's his men, though. Because we can handle that. Skipper might be able to
probably
be
be
a
quicker to use the
So
tunnel.
are we?
What was
But
We
either
could
way,
just send
I
them
made
on
a
their way to
deal.
get
I made
their
a deal with
shit. We go to
Forvis.
the
I
room.
have to go, at least to the stroke of luck and figure it out.
Can I hear you guys whispering at each other?
I'm talking to everybody.
Can we just
Well, I was
both
at the
go,
door. You
can
were-
we just
Oh,
both go
my-
for you, and then you just stay here with Kaladin and try to listen through
Well,
the door?
here's the thing.
I'll hear my name.
I'll put what I'm saying out here and we can talk about it. The two people we trust told us to get the fuck out. I don't think there's any good that's going to come from us being here. It's going to be shit or it's going to be shit. The one thing I do know is what we have, I'll flash a little bit, is something that's important and we could lose out on getting another one.
No, alright, I'm with you.
I think the main prerogative here is for all four of us to go. What's the point of staying here? What's the point of splitting up?
That's what I'm saying.
Kaladin, do you have anything? Do you disagree with me? I say all four of us go. I don't see the point in
You
staying.
mean just leave right now?
What's
Yeah.
the point of staying? Well, I
to
Yeah,
kill
no,
Giovanni.
I will like say with like every fiber of my being, I have no interest in this political squabble. I would.
all I know is there's one thing we can't accomplish is good. I say we do it. So we're going to the stroke of luck now?
Yeah.
I would say a majority of the bad is in that room. So yeah,
Let's get on going to the stroke of luck then.
Is there just one door leading to that main hall? Or is there multiple exits?
There's multiple.
Just gonna lock them up. Alright.
So, did I
Put a
start
little
casting
solid
clairvoyance
glue
or
on the
not?
door.
Lead it.
It's up to you if you want to cast it or not.
No, I'm saying did I? I don't want to cast it anymore, but if I was in the middle of processing it, would I have used up the components or would I get a not? That's what I'm asking.
I believe. Yes, if you start casting something and it gets interrupted.
That's why I'm saying, like, the timeline wise,
It
was I
does
interrupted?
expand.
Was I interrupted?
But I'd say you get this message and stuff before you start casting it.
Okay,
can I
so
open the
you can
doors
keep
to the
So I
where
get-
they're all
I don't-
congregating?
Yeah, I mean, I imagine you're there with them talking.
No, he's talking about this.
I'm talking about the whole meeting. The doors we just came through with the two Butterman guarding us.
Yeah.
Can I just bust back in there?
I mean, theoretically, yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna be really weird. And I'm gonna. So, are the Buttermen like? Do they look like they're gonna prevent me from going in there?
If you try to approach, you can see that they kind of do step. And
Okay, I'm gonna just like look at the ground and be like, man, I swear that flask of water was somewhere as I'm inching back towards the door with no one showing no intent of going through the door, but I will try to just bust in it to like ask a really weird quick question to everybody, kind of yell it awkwardly.
Sure, give me a dexterity check.
Get fucked, nerd. Roll a 20. We all cheering for you.
It's not good. It's not good at all. What is it? Dexterity?
Yeah,
10?
10.
Is it a saving throw?
No, just check. Yeah, you kind of like talking about your flask. You inching towards the door,
Even if I like eat shit through it.
and then you like just start to go towards the door, and they kind of and both of the Buttermen kind of stop you right before you touch it. And they kind of, "Ugh, we can't let you go back in right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I must have maybe tripped or something, but I just have a question. Can I just ask them real quick? I'm not trying to break in. We just came out of there.
Probably a few moments after the finish.
Well, then maybe you can enlighten me, sir. Do you know how this process works when people get questions since you stand outside these doors frequently? I'm just curious because I got questioned, but they talked about this process and we were wanting to ask them some questions. Do you by chance know the sequence of how this works? Like, do we get questioned, then there's a meeting, then they cast a vote, and then we get to ask questions for some reason?
Well, normally when they're done, they all exit, and then you're free to talk to any of the council members as you wish.
It's just as they're doing a proceeding right now, we can't enter.
We were a part of that.
Yeah, we
proceeding.
were involved in that proceeding, actually. So.
Which is in no relation to the question, so we'll just blow by that. But that should be very obvious. Anyways.
Are you asking me something, or?
Not anymore, sir. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
All right.
And I walk in through the door.
Fucking drain frost breath. No, that was it.
I wrap his arm around her.
I go more to the left
I'm
one,
gonna
I
go back
banish
to
the
the
right
room.
one.
I imagine after you guys watching me absolutely tear shit up the last 2 minutes, and I'll be like, well, yeah, I guess honestly I really don't know, because we could zone a truth every single person in that room and ask them questions if we don't decide to leave. But all I was trying to understand was like what the process is, because did we ask? I think we kind of dropped the ball on that one.
I mean, they were avoiding...
Because, like, what if we're guilty, anyways, of whatever they're accusing us, because Giovanni has power? So what, do we get imprisoned, and then we get to ask them questions? But now we can't leave? You know?
I don't think any of us
Did
are
we
going to
ask
prison.
that? Did we ask that question?
I was kind of hoping to
the
stay in the
timeline,
room and
you know?
watch Giovanni take over so that we could just put an end to it right after he took over.
Here's the thing I'm thinking. This goes one of two ways. One way, Giovanni gets the power, and shit's fucked. What I know is I want to make sure we get something from someone's house before that happens, so leaving now is a good idea. The second option is someone grows a pair of balls in there, someone doesn't get power, and we'll figure out something later.
Well,
it's just if option one goes through and we stay, I see it holds no benefit for us.
Let's say in the Severian Empire, how that works politically is if they hold a meeting and they say, we can't lie or do any of this. Let's say, regardless of who the Giovanni or his wife is, if one of the council members gets persuaded or gets an opinion from somebody who also has a lot to do with those two people, would that not overthrow some rule? Would that not nullify something? What would you say that? Like if I was to present that and that was factual information, would that not have any repercussions to it, like legally? In the, you know, it doesn't matter the capital or whatever.
Give me a history check.
God damn it. Stupid as
Are you saying
shit,
this out
dude.
loud?
That is my...
Because I'll talk back to you if you say no.
This is like...
Is this you asking, or is this your character?
No, this is me asking.
Okay. Well, I'm wondering
This
if,
is me
like, I could
asking
do a
what
history-
Shade does with his...
Okay, then this is Ben talking, not Ace.
That's a natural 20, by the way.
Ooh.
So that is a 20.
That is
Dude, that's why I was looking, I'm like, I'm stupid as shit, dude.
What are the odds, dude? With a natural 20.
Well,
you
this
know,
isn't even...
well, first off,
Because I just
you
don't know how your law or your...
Right. So first off, you know, you guys weren't being called in to be persecuted. You were just being called in as witnesses.
Right.
Two, the way it works here is a little bit different than in the stronghold. Where you're from in the stronghold, it is very much people are with a stern hand. There is a way that things go, and it should go. They're both similar in at least what Darla told you. We go A, B, C, but you feel like at the stronghold, they actually do that. But here, you would know. After what, on a natural 20.
Well, I think I'm also beside the
from
point
what
of
you've
that
heard.
is saying, like, you know, we got people of the old faith and the new faith on this council. You know what I mean? So, like, I know how those judicial or whatever you want to say systems work, but, like, as a group together, if one of them was accused of something that was proven factually, of them trying to persuade the vote, the last person who would vote, whether it's yes or no,
Yeah.
would they not be... Was there not any repercussion to that? You know what I mean? Like, I get the history of it.
They're
It's
the
just like,
ones that would make the repercussions, though.
On
three of them
even
are
on
not yet, though. So if I...
The Coin Council is, and the three of them are corrupt. They're the ones who'd make the repercussions. So if three of them are corrupt, there's not going to be any repercussions.
even on a natural 20, you haven't read through the text of the way that this
coin council works.
Okay,
So you
sure.
don't know.
Sure, yeah. So I'll just look back and say what I said. I don't know if I guess at this point, I do not see a point in staying. So
I
if
think
we
time is of the essence.
We will.
You rolled a natural 20 on the history, but I won't make you make a check for it. You gather, even if that were true, there's things at hand in the way that things are going, and the way that Sivius carries himself, in that he seems wise, but almost like he picks his battles.
Well,
You get
right.
just from the way that he was acting, Doldrum was acting.
like they know
There-
even if
there's-
it's true, they have no power.
No,
Like because of
even if it's the smallest sense in the back of your mind, you almost get a little bit of an ease that they know what they're doing.
sure, yeah, right, okay.
So maybe the whole dichotomy of all the politics in that room might be jumbled in your head, but at least there are things that are like moving behind the scenes.
Well, right, and that makes sense with the ivory Aegis, the goat. I mean, it's,
Right.
Like
The
he
goat?
can. Well, it's what it is, right?
Yeah, it's an ivory goat.
That's the symbol. So Sivius is already a part of a council that holds somebody very important of the old and new faith. So I mean, even if they say what's going to happen, he's going to be able to give that information to people with level heads. Right. So that's why I trust that for sure, I guess. So. Okay.
As you step down, the butterman kind of return.
Head to the old Lucky.
To a stroke of luck. You push this huge door open again. And now that the smoke is gone, faded, there's still a soot almost over everything out here in the plaza. You see a couple figures kind of walking around. Some people that seem to be stomping on like grass to get it to flatten out. But the sun is high in the sky. It is a blue sky. If you weren't directly in the capital, you wouldn't suspect anything was wrong. But you continue walking. With an expeditious retreat, you can walk even faster. How fast do you guys want to go?
Is
Stroke
that
of luck?
all of us? Or
I mean, might as well just go as fast as we can, right?
Yeah. We bullet.
All right. At a brisk pace.
running from the capital?
At a brisk pace, you descend down the steps.
I say we don't sprint off the rip. I say we get down a little bit.
We're not guilty men.
Yeah,
I'm gonna run if I feel like running.
I still say we
Might
don't
be
sprint
uncomfortable.
off the
Boots.
rip.
All right, I start sprinting and screaming.
I mean, to be honest, like a Dragonborn running at dash speed, screaming is terrifying.
He just
Whipping
goes
the
in a
sensor,
straight
breathing
line.
fire,
He doesn't go
like
through the
frost
streets and
flame
alleys.
everywhere.
He goes in a straight line through the buildings.
As you descend almost towards the exit of the Halcyon Plaza, again, maybe not the same exit as where the ships directly were, but one off to the kind of off to the side. You can see the canal now has been through the workings of getting cleared out. You can see workers on the side, almost with long, almost piked poles that are like pushing wood pieces from either side to get them dislodged as they and start floating down this main canal. And all of the boats in the back, so people have seemed to have boarded them and are now making their way through this main canal. As you approach the Whitecap Bazaar, some folk have kind of rejoined. Not a lot. You see a lot of the merchants are actually still just packing up their stuff for the day. Even though it's midday, this would be the high sale time. Seems from what has happened, people are kind of just calling it quits for the rest of the day. You snake through a couple, kind of going off angle, not going from the main way. So at a couple times, almost Ace or Chad have to lead you guys because you come to a corner and you look left and right. You're like, I've never seen this street before. But then they give you confidence to follow your way to a stroke of luck. And eventually you make it there. You can see as you round the street, almost like a cobblestone, but not horrible, because you haven't quite made it into Hyman's Landing yet. Almost in the middle of the street, there's like the gutter, even where there isn't a canal, there's just water. There's a small little stream rolling through. and you can see the sign of a stroke of luck.
Would we want to be like nonchalant about going there once we get close? Rather than just
I
like
mean, I don't think we're sprinting
We
in there at
shouldn't.
full speed.
Yeah,
That's what
Give me
I'm getting at.
give me some perception checks. If you want to be stealthy,
21.
I can't.
You get disadvantage.
There's
don't you?
nothing stealthy about me.
Yeah, I saw that as it happened.
21.
I want to say an 18. Let me double check though.
I can say this 2 ways.
18.
How do you want me to say it?
Whatever you rolled plus your modifier.
Okay, 10.
You got a nat 1.
You come around the street, you're just a little too boggled from all this situation, but you three, especially you, there isn't much people around. So even if you did want to be like stealthy coming up to a stroke of luck, it looks like the door is shut, and there's maybe 2 other figures on the street, but if you just give it a little bit, they walk off.
Is it locked?
Yeah, I'll open the door. I'll go first.
Opens.
I'll walk in.
You walk in. You're greeted with the familiar sight of a stroke of luck. You can see all the items, all the magic items. You can see cases where they have many rings and almost velvet boxes. You can see clothing towards the back, different odds and baubles and potions and weapons off in a little nooked little corner. But as you enter, kind of quiet, you hear the ring when you shut the door.
Anybody in here? Just want to do a welfare check. After
After you didn't show up to work.
yeah, or the echo of an explosion. Just making sure everybody's
what was the
okay.
name I was told that I asked for?
Kazogeth.
How many people are in here?
Oh,
Nobody.
Yeah, there's no way. That's why I'm yelling.
I'm gonna just walk around like to like a back area or whatever. And
Me
Right as you start to take a step, you can hear almost, it's kind of alarming, but like, sounds like it's coming from right in front of you. Right this way!
I look down.
You don't see anything.
I look up.
You see a ceiling.
Is
Which
there a
way?
counter in front of us?
To the back!
Okay, to the back.
I walk to the back.
The voice seems to be around the corner, kind of through a couple of these racks with almost like robes on them. It seems to be getting a little bit more distant. Come, 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 come!
Does it
I want to
sound-
steal that sword.
Yep. What are you doing?
You need to choose your words better, by the way, dog.
What?
Talking about come in a place called Stroke.
Your inspiration's gone.
Does it sound like Forvis's helpers? The voice?
It does.
Okay. So I'll continue
Yeah,
on.
you just continue towards the back, kind of following this, almost like a voice. At times you go down a step, another step, and then you can see the light from the back end of the store where you see these 2 back doors that, where normally they would open, they are shut. And then almost like at the base of the stairs, but then a sharp right before you leave the store, you see a little red hand wrap around the corner. And you can see him stretch out. It is one of these small, impish-like creatures that you've seen flying around in Forvis's chambers, carrying scrolls and different parchments all along these almost shelves. You can see him like reach around the corner. Come, 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 come. Come, come, come.
I follow.
Right this way. Watch your step there. I don't know if we're alone, but let's hurry. You can see him kind of open a door that's almost at like an angle as he creaks it open. It's like way larger to him, so he kind of like struggles to get it open. He's like, down, 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 down. Yes, 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 yes. You kind of walk down into almost a colder space. You're now stepping on a cobblestone as you get down. The door shuts behind you. There's no light.
I have dark
That's
vision and
crazy.
blind sight.
I'll do dancing lights. Cast 4. 3 bulbs, 4 bulbs.
4 almost bulbs come out illuminating this space. Very tight crawl space. It's a staircase that's pretty steep, and it goes straight down and then hard right. But he kind of sneaks his way. He flies, and you can see his little, almost leathery red wings as he flutters up and goes kind of past your shoulders and down a little bit. Just keep continuing down these stairs,
and they'll lead you to the old keep.
Okay.
Thank you.
The old keep. I thought we were going to beat Skipper's men somewhere. Is that the old keep?
Hopefully you don't run into Skipper's men.
No, he found this
I
out
would-
because of his intel on Skipper's
Speak
men.
for yourself.
Oh, very well, big man.
By the way,
Kind of lands on your pauldron.
never mind.
You can see his little claws, his black nails kind of clinging on. They'll seep into your armor. But he picks up again.
Down here is a network of subterranean tunnels. They're old tunnels, been here since we're underneath Hyman's Landing, so since the old days. None of them, at least I know of, or Forvis, my master, knows of any subterranean tunnels under the Whitecap Bazaar, as it is newer. However, there was an old keep up there, and there are rumors of these tunnels connecting to the old keeps during the olden days. We haven't found any ourselves, but from the sounds of it, Skipper has. Master is very upset about that. As you know, he likes to know everything.
So, what do you want us to do?
I don't want you to do anything. My master wants you to follow these tunnels as Skipper has burrowed his way into Giovanni's quarters. We're not sure what he's after, but if he has completed this tunnel, I believe they are gearing up soon to make a rustle.
Well, I say
I can tell
haste
you,
is of the essence.
we don't want Skipper to get what he's going for. I can guarantee that.
Very well. Well, have fun. Tread westward. Keep treading westward. I'm not sure about ascension or dissension, but
You're gonna be like an asshole and like look at the wall and be like, well, I figured I'd go the other way. Just point at nothing.
oh well, it's not directly at the wall.
Assuming
It's kinda
that like there's literally only one path to go from here. You know, just fucking move.
It's a maze.
yeah.
There's definitely not one path.
I mean, you could try. Are you that? Can you do that?
Not right now.
Your breath smells horrible.
Thank you.
You may owe Forvis a favor after this, but he does want you to know he considers you friends.
We may owe him a favor for us trying to find out something he wants also
I'm
to
glad
know.
I was thinking the same shit.
It's like every time we've ever had to do anything for anybody, it just. Well, actually, you've been very informational in the fact of telling us there's a network of tunnels under this massive city that we were never told since we got here, so I actually really appreciate that information.
Well, I assume you use these tunnels to get down to my master's lair.
Oh, that's where we are. Not bad.
They all connect.
Sorry, but
These are the tunnels we're
very-
not allowed to have a map of.
I'm not very smart.
Haste is of the essence. I'm gonna start moving.
Goodbye,
West.
little one.
He kind of flutters back up. Fucking north. You can hear it shut behind
Is
you.
it dwarf?
He said fucking door.
Oh.
I heard dwarf too.
I'm gonna,
Ugh!
as we go,
Yeah, but we didn't know what those tunnels were.
I'm
right?
going to light my lantern of revealing. Just so you
There's
know.
some subterranean
Okay.
They
tunnels.
were there.
Yeah.
We didn't know it was like the old city.
No. Well, I mean, I might have, but I never asked.
Like old city, old dagger. Wow.
I don't get it.
Always being in a crypt, like all the time.
Basically, it's a light, 30 feet of bright light, and then an additional 30 feet of dim light, and anything in the 30 feet of bright light, if it's invisible, can be seen.
Okay.
What is that?
Use that for
My lantern
reading.
of revealing.
I just see in the dark.
Lantern of revealing.
Hmm?
How long
Just
ago
see
did you
in
buy
the
that?
Yeah, you can't see magic shit in the dark.
Yeah.
See through
Have
It's
you
magic.
like
had this for a
lantern
while?
of revealing.
I got blindsight.
You illuminate the space forward with your blinding lights kind of following you. It's almost, you might be able to squeeze shoulder to shoulder, but for the most part you have to go single file.
I'll take the lead.
A lot of these steps are like very steep at times, and some of them almost seem to be missing, but you kind of keep descending down. Now you can almost smell the scent of wettened soil as you go down. At times, where the stone is, it kind of seems to crack open and a couple of little bits of dirt fall off onto the ground, or you see like a little vine or a root hanging out. But quickly, as you keep descending, not 5 minutes later, you see it fork.
Which one looks more west?
Perfect.
Probably left.
How far would you say we've been down?
All right, let's
Just
go
walking
right.
down.
We go left.
For 5 minutes.
So like a couple hundred feet? Are we just going straight down, or are we also just going like?
It's very steep.
Sweet.
I heard a wives' tale that when you're at a fork in the road, you always go left. What do you guys feel about this?
That's when you're in a maze. You always go left.
We're in a maze,
We
pal.
are in a maze, but
I
let's
think
go
it's time
left.
to go
Put our
left.
hand on the wall until we get to somewhere.
We'll take a left.
Okay. Continuing down. Comes to another fork.
Perfect. I'm going to use also locate object while we're walking, and
What's the range on locate object?
if it's within 1,000 feet of me.
How far away is Stroke of Luck from the Pengroves?
About half a mile.
How many feet is that?
2,500-ish.
How many have we walked?
26,
Like
40.
in the down here. I don't know, maybe 100 feet down.
We have a long ways to go.
Yeah, we still got a long ways to go again.
Just trying to see something.
What are you trying to locate object for?
It's a dagger.
You can see the 3 or 4 on your person.
We just figured out we're 2,400 feet away.
Can happen.
But you don't see a 5th anywhere.
we start expeditious retreating towards the 5th dagger, where we know is in front of us to the left.
Continuing down, you take another left.
We're going to go on a circle.
Now it stops being so steep and almost starts going up again. But this time it starts to curve a little bit before it comes to another fork. But this time there's 3 different ways you can go.
Can I take a survival check to see which way is most west?
Go ahead.
It's the last 10 minutes.
Can I give him...
Okay.
Can I help
Do
him?
I have...
Sure.
Do I have inspiration?
You got advantage from me.
I know, but do
So
I
we
have
went-
inspiration or do I actually
Yeah,
not?
you do.
Okay.
We went left, and then it started curving left, and now there's 3. So
I'm gonna
in my head it should be
Pat on your
right,
shoulder also.
but I will
You got
also.
this. And I'm going to give you Bardic Inspiration.
How does that work if I already have inspiration?
That's another D8.
It's just an extra D8 on top.
On top of my inspiration?
Your
D8?
inspiration gives you an advantage,
Oh, my inspiration gives me an advantage?
which you already had regardless, so you can save your inspiration. Because I'm helping you. So I'm giving you advantage on your roll.
So do I have a D8?
You have the D8, but it's not... Your inspiration you still have.
So I get advantage and a D8.
Yes.
I rolled the same thing both times.
Do you want to use your Bardic Inspiration or no?
I did.
Survival check.
What if I already have... Wait, no, never mind, I'm kidding. 18.
18. What'd you get?
6.
6.
I was helping him, so I don't
Okay.
roll.
You see Benedict, like, I'm sure it's this way. He starts going right before you hold him off, and you're like, no, it must be the far left. That's got to be west.
I have a feeling it's this left one. I'm fairly confident, and I'm not going to go against it because you always go left.
I'll like look back and like follow the wall with my eyes and just. All right, can't argue with that. Just go left.
I'm going to start going left.
You continue on. You don't come to a fork for a while. This one kind of seems to snake. At times it starts to encroach over you. You have to dunk a little bit. There's a little bit of water streaming through the
You don't.
floor at times.
Yeah, you
I'm
are
full
spacious.
Until eventually you
That's
can see metal. You start to get closer with your dancing lights, expanding the space, just shoulder to shoulder, just trudging through this cave. There's these tunnels. You can see iron. There's almost what looks to be a sconce on the wall where there used to be a torch, but there's nothing in it. You go a little farther, you see one on the right. And then you can eventually come up to almost man-made stone. It seems to be like a crossroads of some sort. Almost like a triple crossroads. So you come up, you can see left and you can see right again. But there's signs. You can see almost a wooden, haphazard, kind of almost falling apart and written on it in charcoal. You can see the symbol that you know to be the broken boar. And the one off to the left is the blue boar.
Is there a path straight? So those are our two paths.
But one of those was close. Isn't it the blue boar?
Which one's
No, they're
close?
both Hyman's Landing and not Hucking Plaza.
Correct. The blue boar is more towards the main canal, so closer.
To the Pengroves.
Yeah.
I say we go.
Can I
That's where
look
I
at
wanna
the
go.
sign to see if it was recently put up, meaning like it could have been Skipper that added them?
Give me an investigation.
Investigation 17.
17. No, doesn't look like these have been touched in a while.
Okay.
Even just from you walking through the stale air, just from you walking through, almost gives enough drift to just, they just shake a little bit.
So we should go towards the blue boar.
Sure.
Okay, I say we go towards the blue boar, and I think we might do this quick. And I'm gonna switch the signs.
Yeah.
All right. You reach up, you go to grab it. It's old, but it's on there tight. You pull it out, almost rusty nails break out of the wood. You can kind of struggle, but you can stick them back up, swapping the two signs.
Just sit there and be like, you would.
We're on our way.
I was thinking the same thing, but they're way too up. Way too up there for me.
I almost couldn't move them. I almost had to get Kaladin involved.
Continue on left. This one seems to curve.
This is
and
left
curve.
again?
Yeah.
Goats.
And curve and curve and curve. And you're like, we've curved enough. I almost feel like we're turned around. But you just keep following the same tunnel. There's sharp corners here and there. Keep going and going. You feel like you've been down here for a half an hour. And then you see another sign for the blue boar right ahead of you, and it was one that takes a 90-degree turn and goes straight right, or you can go straight.
So there's 3 options. You go to the blue boar straight or right.
The blue boar is right. Or the sign is pointing to the right.
And
Is
then
it like
there's
a metal
straight-
bracketed sign, or is it like just all wood?
It's metal that's like been nailed into the stone, and then like 2 chains, and then it's a wooden sign.
Okay, so let's put it this way. We have a path to the right to the blue boar. We have a path straight.
Yeah,
Anything else?
back.
Okay. With where the blue boar is... Oh, fuck. We
You
would be
wanted
able
to,
to
like,
tell.
in relation to, like, if I go right to the blue boar, like, where does straight take me, kind of?
Yeah, where does
With,
straight...
with your survival 17, if the blue boar's to your right, you gauge you want to go straight.
That's technically the left path still.
I think Chad's on to something. Left's left. Left's never... Fine with left?
Yeah.
Left
I
it
mean, we're not
is.
trying to go to the blue boar.
You asked me as if I know where any of this
I have
goes at this
I have a
point.
feeling straight's where we want to go.
All I know is that left ain't right.
Sounds good, Benedict.
With that uselessness...
You just all look at him. Damn, didn't know you were that deep, little guy.
I say we go on, and I'll start going straight. Leading the pack.
You keep
All right,
going.
Unc.
At times, your dancing lights almost seem to flutter out. If you want to recast him, you
I
can,
have
but
a
he does
lantern.
have the lantern
Oh, yeah.
revealing.
Let's say I break off a piece of an object that is similar to the ones that I'm trying to look for. Do I see those pieces?
Like at a further distance?
Not the same distance. It's just like how I can see all of your knives on you. I can see the same one that I'm looking for. So if I like break a piece off of said knife, can I see where that is too as well?
The piece?
Since it's an object. Like, I'm looking for the dagger with the gem in it. Something that's familiar to that, or replicates the same thing of it. So, like, even is a piece identifiable, or is it just the entirety of the object itself?
The entirety. Which, curious enough, the one that you have of the 4, which is shattered and it's just the gem, you can see the gem.
Right.
So it's the gems you're looking for.
I was just thinking, you know, like I could break something off as we go and then see where we're heading from, you know. Because if the dagger didn't matter, I could just like chip it off, throw it, and be like, okay. Why are we heading back to where we just came
how
from?
long did your locate object class?
10 minutes.
It fades.
That's not very cash money.
As you keep going deeper and deeper. Looking at the ground, where you are now seems to be more tread than when you initially started coming down, where Counsil gave you an entrance. But you gauge this is mostly just the traffic going from the blue boar to the broken boar before you continue on. And it starts to become reminiscent of the tunnels near Forvis's quarters, under the Whitecap Bazaar. You keep going on. At times there's almost like a man-made stone before it goes to regular stone, and then it's soil, and you keep going. Kind of hard to gauge if you're getting lower or higher. It just changes all over the place. But it's quiet down here. Not even a peep of a rat. And then it starts to expand and open a little bit. You come into like almost a hallway section where you can see cells. Old rusted iron, almost like tied in knots that open like 3 on each side, 6 total. Just little hovels. There's no other doors or anything that go anywhere. It's just right here in this hallway. There's these different cells. Every single one of them seem to be bent and cranked out of way. Half of them, the bottom is like out of its hinged socket. And inside you can see bones.
What kind of bones? Like, are they like human?
Give me an investigation check.
14.
14. You don't see any human skulls. You pick up one or look at it, and it's oh, this might be like a femur or something. But then you look at another one. You like almost have to measure it to your own body. This one seems a little big. You're not sure.
All right.
Can I take a peek?
Sure.
These are bones.
You like
On-
putting
on second thought.
black coat monocle. It's bone.
Benedict grabs one of the femurs, holds it up to his own. It's like triple the size.
Was it?
You know,
It's like a
bones.
freak to me.
You know, Benedict, bones are
So this is
calcium.
more of an open area.
A little bit.
How tall is the ceiling?
12 feet.
And they're just bones. On the ground?
They're like in these cells.
Like jail cells?
Looks like it.
How many can we see in total then? If you had all of them?
6.
6? I'm gonna keep walking.
There's no split
Hey,
step
Benedict.
path? Only one way to go?
No, bones are calcium.
As we're walking by, I'm
Which is
gonna look
metal.
for valuables in the
Which
cell,
is-
just you know.
Could be classified
Yeah,
as
do
an
an
investigation.
Just eat the whole femur.
Give her a shot. It might be the best rock you've ever tasted.
Yeah, probably gonna have to pass on that.
16.
16. You do find something after tearing through all of
Look
these bones,
Bunch of
almost on the last
femur.
cell on the right. You
Some
kind
hip bone.
of dig through the pile a little bit. You can hear them clank together, like. But you pull out a little chain. It almost breaks on the part on one of the loops, but it still hangs. It's like a small little links, cobweb filled, like very matted, if you will. But you kind of brush over this pendant, what seems to be like a necklace, and you can tell if you give it like a little spit, this is like silver or something of the like, and you can see the symbol of Helm.
Helm's Old Faith, right? Old Kingdom.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guys, I see a symbol of Helm here. I would assume that means we're so far on the correct path on getting where we're going.
Wait.
Helm would be the old citadel,
Didn't you
would it
say
not?
like people practicing the old faith were like silenced or whatever, or something like that? Because there's not like really any churches of old faith.
They just do
Right.
it in their own way, like the Aarakocra.
But I wonder if this was like the beginning and they were capturing like the priests and stuff like that. That's what I'm getting at.
That's a good point. Like the new faith coming in, You know, wanted to shut up some of the people.
It's hard to
Lock them
spread
down
the
there.
good word of the old faith when there's no one to spread it.
So anyway.
Yeah, good.
Anyways, we keep walking.
Yeah, I'm just walking.
Well,
And,
we might not be on the right path.
I
but
see
we might.
I see Ace pillaging through fucking remains. I'm like, all right.
You continue on.
Johnny's fucking. That's a bone.
A
lot of,
it's like anything I gotta worry about.
A lot of walking. You almost start to get a little redundant. You're hearing the same footsteps. At times, you guys almost go in unison for a good 3 steps, but then it goes out of pace. Callan has a little longer step than Benedict, but you just keep going. After it almost seems like almost like a corkscrew, it goes up and over and left and right. No more forks, but you do enter a chamber. Larger than the one with the cells. You step out, you can almost see man-made stone, but it's very old, to the point where you almost couldn't tell that it's man-made. It opens up into this space, probably a good 30 feet across, 60 feet to the other end. A decent chamber underground. You're not sure the locale of where it is in relation to the rest of the city. But the ceiling, you almost see it's a little bit cracked, and the smallest little ray, a stream of sunlight, seems to almost split the room in half as it snakes. As you step in, they almost kick up some dust, and you can see it pass through these rays.
Is this like a 60-foot long crack?
It's not a crack; it is a man-made thing. But on the top, there is a little crack that goes
60
through off.
feet-ish.
Oh.
Can I try to do a history check of where we have been? I don't know if you want me to do history, survival, both. But you know what I mean? A 60-foot crack somewhere in the city.
It's gotta be.
I might know where that could be.
Go ahead, whoever would like.
What do you want me to do?
You can give me. Depends on what you want. In relation to the city, like you said, give me a history check.
I wouldn't have even thought to look.
You can roll 2, Benedict.
So where's that crack?
I got a 23 too.
Nice.
You got a 31.
Fuck you.
That's a good ass question.
Damn.
23 and
31.
31.
Nat 20.
This guy's a bitch.
That's a good idea, though. That's a good
You
idea.
give him your idea where it is, and he's like, no, it's right here.
But I'm pretty sure you get advantage when doing history checks for
With
stone.
stone. Yeah, do you want to do
well.
advantage?
Oh, man.
I'm salivating, bro.
I heard about this.
What are you gonna get better? You got a nat 20, bro.
Can I get it twice in a row? Relax.
He knows everything.
No, I couldn't.
Rolls a 1.
You don't know, Ace. This crack could
Shocker.
be anywhere, especially with this recent explosion. You do know if it was somewhere in the canals, there'd probably be water coming through. But you can't really think of anywhere where sunlight would be coming down.
Dude, you bitch.
That looks like shoot your shot, man.
With that roll, you notice this stone. It's weird. It's almost like some of the stonework is very similar to the mausoleum in Fogsfield and the crypts underneath Newey's Cross. Some of the architecture that you saw in parts of Halcyon Plaza that seem a little bit older is also akin to that. So you get the sense that this stone has been untouched by anyone probably past the days of the defendants. This is an older piece, akin to what Kazogeth has told you of the old fort, if you will, that used to be in Halcyon Plaza.
So that this is similar to when we fought the Death Knight, like above, like that crack, or no, where we dropped the rope down. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
'Cause
So
it was a-
the the stonework is similar, but this doesn't give you the sense of it. This is like a crypt, like that one was.
And he realizes we're kind of by the Halcyon Plaza.
I mean, you can make of it what you want, but you notice that about the stonework.
But does he realize anything about where a 60
Where that
foot
crack is?
could
No.
be?
But you know what?
Especially with not being familiar
yeah, I
with
was
the
gonna
city.
say that's valid. I have no idea where the fuck I am.
Hey, you just know rocks, man.
Yep.
You know what it is, not where it is.
On all
That's
the
right.
left and the right side, you can see
An old rock.
on the walls, it seems to be, rather than bricks, almost like flat stone, completely flat stone, where you can see these huge murals that seem to have been painted. Some of the paint, a lot of it in blotches, has seemed to be so old that it dried and flaked off of this just slat stone. In the middle, you can see a statue standing almost 14 feet tall of a crowned man. He's holding a sword almost above its hilt with the blade going into the ground. And at his side, a robed figure. Everybody give me a perception check.
Is the statue
9.
wearing a crown?
It is.
17.
9, 17,
16.
16, 9.
9.
Ace, you see these murals off to the sides. Even though the paint has flaked, you can kind of get a sense of what they used to depict. And you can see the landscape. Almost, you have to take a step back and look at one of them, and it reminds you of Basin Port, or where the city would have been before it was built. You can see this river cutting through with the Torrid Reach peaks off on the right, almost like a golden sun with rays shining down on these fields. But it's all opaque, almost like all the vibrance of color has left it, and it's just flaked off. Caladan, you notice this robed figure at the side of this main statue. Out from behind its robe, it doesn't have a face, it's just flat. But this robed figure out from behind its robe, you can see almost like a worm-like tail protruding. It almost seems to like scales have been like etched into it. And everybody would see at the base of this main statue a huge placard, kind of dusty. If one of you walks up and kind of rubs your finger over it, you can feel the embossment of somebody into as it's been pressed into this metal, maybe some sort of a brass. Our great King Hyman Zephyr, first of his name, and Grand Chancellor Baldric.
Well, I suppose we learned one thing about Baldric. Sorry, I'll quit. Baldric, guy we gotta go meet in Amber Lines. It looks like he may be a dragonborn or something, eh, Caladan? Or you know any other species that look like this?
Tieflings have tails.
Yeah.
But scaly?
You're not scaled.
Looks like a worm-like tail. Is that?
Is there snake people?
There are.
Yeah, I don't.
Lizard folk.
That does not look like any tail like a dragonborn I've seen would have, right?
It does. You kind of like look at yours. Maybe the scales are a little bit different, but it could be a dragonborn tail.
Sam just drops
I mean,
his pants.
I don't know, yeah, it could be. Definitely. I don't see why not.
Well, either way, I suppose if we're seeing a crown, the murals that look like old Basinport before the time we're in now, and the statue with Baldric and the king, I suppose we might be on the right path.
Pretty safe to assume, yeah.
Do we have anything we can leave here? And then we could locate objects so when we're on the surface we know where this would be in relation in the future? I don't know if that would do us any help in the future or not, but...
Well, I mean, if we just came down the same path, we know where to go.
But I'm saying, like, if we wanted to, like... I don't know.
Find out where this was from above.
Yeah, because there's a crack. Like, how deep does the crack go?
It's like a hairline fracture that goes all the way along it. Weirdly, at times you have to look and get the right angle, but you can just see the bright light of the sun through a specific angle.
So it doesn't look like it's like a foot thick. It could be
like under half of an inch.
No, I'm not saying the width of it, like the depth.
Oh, for the depth, probably could be anywhere between 100 and 1,000 feet.
Okay, never mind then. That threw that whole plan away.
Do we see any other doors?
I was thinking like crack, like, oh, maybe we tunnel back in and be like, look at
On the other end, it just continues.
Nope.
Does anyone see anything of importance to take something from here? There's murals, there's a statue, anything else we should do, or do we just keep moving forward?
I think.
You're asking me if we want to steal anything? Or take
Are you asking if I want to climb up there and steal the crown right now?
Because respectfully, I would have to decline. But I don't think me telling you.
I'm just going to start walking. I'm not listening.
You continue on
Walking
with the
at that
lantern.
Well, you're not going to steal anything now?
Leaving
No,
you guys
you
in
don't wanna
darkness
steal the crown?
with the lantern.
What is there? Is there a crown on him or something?
Oh yeah.
It's just part of the statue, though, isn't it? It's not something special.
Yeah,
Only
it's
one way to find
it's
out.
part of the statue. It's not like an additional stone.
Oh.
I thought it was like a real crown just chilling on top of him. I was like,
No, that'd be in my pocket.
You
That's
mean
what
like,
I was
You mean
figuring.
like this one? It's already on me.
You continue on out of the chamber. Almost, it's like kind of recessed as well. Almost on like on the edge. Just there's stairs going up. So as you guys exit, you step up again to go leave. Caladan, as you walk past, you're like looking at the crown. Then you go to walk past it. You swear only for a moment that the head of this crowned statue slightly turns and the eyes follow you.
Which one? The big one?
Yeah, and then you blink and it's back to its normal state.
Perfect. I'm going to voice that. I'll be like, did the statue turn and look at you while you walk past it, anyone by chance? Like very, like as, like classic Kaladin, like trying to squeeze in something really weird and like awkward.
I don't think I
perceive
saw.
not that what I saw.
As we're here, you had anything check to see if this is magical, perchance, Benedict?
If it's not, I'm going to quite literally see if I can smash it with my maul.
See, the thing is I'm sure it is magical, but unfortunately, that's for somebody else to find out today.
Okay, well, I guess I
Can
will
you
be
get slots
that guy.
back for short rest?
It's not a slot, I just don't have it prepared today.
I'm going
Can you
to
prepare spells on short rest?
take out my wand of
I
magic
think
detection.
I think I can swap out spells on short rests.
Would you like to take a nap?
Oh,
on that?
yeah.
I'm going to take
Yeah,
out my wand
that-
of magic detection.
That works, yeah.
I'm going to ready my two-handed maul. I don't.
You wave this wand over. Just stone.
Out from my talent, it's just a stone statue, Caladan.
You want to see what's inside?
A brass or a stone statue?
Could I tell? Like what I was seeing, was that just like sleep deprivation, or was that like a weird gut feeling? You know what I mean? Like I looked back up, but I just felt like I don't know.
Kinda
Can I
in-
medicine
kinda in
check
between the two.
Kaladin and see if he's good?
You
See
want
if
to
he's
do
not
something?
tripping?
Give me a medicine check.
I got you. Let me feel your forehead.
You want to
Can
do
I-
something? Should
Nat
we-
20.
I ain't gonna have no
24.
statues in an ancient old kingdom be staring at
Kaladin?
me. Okay. I like lean over.
Put my hand on his forehead.
I mean, other than just being frustrated because he's in a cave, nothing abnormal.
Can I use Divine Sense on the
No,
statue?
it probably moved.
What does that do?
Really?
As an
Yeah,
action, you can
I think
detect
so.
good and evil until the end of your next turn. You
I
can
will-
sense anything affected by the hollow spell or know the location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet. That is not behind total cover. You can use this fix your seat 6 times per long rest.
As you use this, your eyes kind of glaze over. You like blink a little bit and you shake your head, and the entire room almost just gives like the faintest aura of good.
Does the statue seem like it's a stronger point?
Faintly.
Okay. Well,
But you said good?
it's like celestial, or would that not be celestial?
But it's something? That's what I'm understanding?
It seems like good, like
Good?
yeah. So I don't know if breaking it would be this idea, Caladan.
I'm going to put my bead of force back in my pocket.
I just see this little ball just fucking explodes. The whole statue.
But when we come back, if we come back this way and it's not facing the exact same direction, We
Excellent.
might have to ask some more questions.
All right. I just won't second guess anything other than Benedict saying I should smash it. I'm just gonna be like, whatever. It's
I
good.
mean, if you want to smash, that's up to you. I'm just.
Well, if it's looking at me and it's good,
If it's good, it's good.
if it's looking at me and it's bad, so
It seems like it's good.
I would like to roll.
You would have never thought this statue would give this many stuff, did
Insight
you?
on our buddy.
On Chad?
Yep.
Go ahead.
I just had a feeling, Chad. I don't know why. I just want to. 8.
Do I do deception or perception or persuasion? Is that how
Insight,
it
he
what are you
doesn't-
What are you trying? What are you trying to?
trying to figure out if I'm lying?
Are you trying to figure out if you're lying?
Ace had this feeling earlier today after. Because I didn't hear out the whole conversation with his dad. All I know is I think something scuffed with that, and with that, I'm questioning Chad. If he's being honest with us.
yeah, you really haven't told us shit.
I'm an 8. What does he get from you?
I mean, I'm telling the truth, but you can clearly see I'm upset from the whole situation. Like, you might not know the specifics about it, but I would assume that you probably saw me whisper to Kaladin, and then you see him ask oddly specific questions about the
No,
whole
trust me, you
situation.
feel like you're my best buddy, dude. I got an 8.
Kai will obviously believe you.
That just means you can't read me, but
That means you're my best buddy.
yeah, I haven't really been trying to hide anything. I might not have been saying stuff, but I'm not hiding.
Okay. Maybe head's a little weird right now. Moving on. We'll get past the statue. If it's moving, by the time I come back, I don't care if it's good. It's gonna explode.
Well, I say we keep on moving then. I'm start walking, leading the pack again.
All right.
Need a drink.
Continuing up these small steps, you ascend, going back.
We're feeling that.
Now the stone leading you again back to this almost soil at points. Some parts you step into almost like a muck.
Benedict, do you know if after many years the stone step past we've gone on, maybe this is what it looks like when it deteriorates? Is this even an older stone, or what would you have to say?
I'll look down and investigate the stone. I guess. Or history check, or investigate,
I
or
love looking at this stuff.
can
As
I
far
just
as the-
tell?
As far as the tunnel goes, I mean,
Around it, just
a lot of it looks like it was
Talk
just
to me.
burrowed through, so it might be
Sticks
just
his tongue out.
natural stone. But as far as the room you were in, all of that seems like they brought stone down there and placed it. But as far as the rest of the tunnels go, sure, deterioration,
Old, or?
old.
Yeah, these are looking old to me.
Old. Well, good enough for me. Do we hear anything different? Or is that just music?
That's just yeah. You continue on.
The pathway floods. You're drowning.
You go for maybe another 10 minutes before you see something up ahead. The tunnel where you're going seems like it has fallen in and been destroyed. But as you get to where it has been destroyed, it's almost like a bottom cross section opens up, and you can see more fresh dirt, if you will, that goes from your right to your left. You're almost it looks like a space, maybe a foot diameter hole that has like crumbled out, just like almost looks like something was burrowed through and just happened to touch this tunnel.
Can I look in?
Yeah, give me a
crawl
perception
in?
check.
Yeah, how deep is it? Like,
Foot wide, little too tight for you.
Can I stick my head in there?
After him.
so like if we were to cave in the top of it, how far's the drop?
Do I know of any creatures?
6-7 feet.
How wide's the room?
The tunnel you're in right now. Maybe 10 feet high, 4 or 5 feet wide at times.
Do I know of any creatures that would burrow?
Give me a history check.
I got a 13, but I do have blind sight and dark vision.
Okay. Yeah, you stick your head down.
I'm looking
Just
for
another
like
dark
a
tunnel.
direction, like if I can sense which way it tunneled.
Can't tell.
Well,
12.
I stick my head up. It's a tunnel.
12.
Like
Um,
man-made?
There's a few creatures, you know. The
I'm sorry.
Behir that you fought in Gendril
effort's a good
has been known to burrow. You know of different larger creatures like Onkegs. Maybe it was a Remoraz, which you fought at the top of the Torrid Reach Peaks at Merrow Bluff. Could be a number of things.
Have we seen one small enough to go through there? Or are those?
Yeah.
Well,
big?
the juveniles could for sure.
Okay.
Maybe the little flying imp man? Get around?
I don't know if they burrow.
Well, either way, none of us can fit in there.
But yes, the forward you see it is completely caved in. If it's not rock or dirt or whatever it is, completely you can't go forward.
And
What's
the tunnel
what,
is too small to go into.
You could probably chip away a little
I was
bit.
gonna say,
open
can we
it up.
can we open
yeah,
it?
which
Like, is the
corner
tunnel
is
bigger?
closest to, like, is the
There's
hole
just
to
a
the right
there's
of
just
the
a
room?
foot wide opening into it.
The tunnel you're in, practically the same size as the tunnel that is going across underneath you. But it's barely touched.
Okay.
My
I
top
thought
of
you meant the
yours.
whole size.
I thought the tunnel
Of
was
the
like
tunnel
a foot,
was a
not just
foot,
the
yeah.
opening.
I'm
Okay.
already
Yeah.
maul out, half
Yeah.
swing over my head.
They have
as
me
they're,
by like my
looking at
feet,
it.
like breaking the hole open and then like lowering
just
to
eating
see
it?
what I can fucking.
Yeah, He's just eating his way
We're
through.
clear.
Yeah, like if the hole's close to the right side of the tunnel we're in, I'm just gonna smash out more of the right
Yeah,
side.
you just break it out. It kind of crumbles. Maybe a good 3 feet. One more swing would make it a good hole.
Well, perfect. It's 3 feet. Benedict, grab my hand real quick. I'm gonna reach out for you, and then I'm gonna literally lower you into the hole.
Give me your perception check.
I will cast Dancing Light. 11.
One arm down, you cast these dancing lights. Two of them. How far do you want to send them?
I'll keep one near me and then at least one on each side. I'll just send out until I can't see anymore.
Yeah. You can see the light. And like as it goes, it's almost like it's in a void because everything else is dark. You see it continue on this ring before it starts to flutter out because you feel like you're at the distance. The one you send it back to your right kind of curves off, almost the direction you came.
Okay.
Are there footprints? And if so, which direction? Well, you said I didn't know which way it went. So.
With your perception, you would see at times footprints. Look like boots, maybe.
They look like they're going a specific direction, or both
A
ways?
couple of them child size, a couple of them man size, a couple of them big.
Okay.
On the big one, what'd you roll on the perception?
Not great, like a 13.
What'd you get?
11.
11?
I don't remember exactly, but I think it was like 13 or something like that.
On the big footprints, you would notice if they're walking and their heels would dig in a little more than their toes. It continues the straight way.
Okay.
Well, what do you think? See anything down there?
Well, they said
Well,
Skipper made a tunnel, so
It
this
goes
looks like a
pretty
main tunnel.
straight for a long ways down here, the opposite way that we just came. So,
Well,
safe to say we probably should head this way.
it's not like we could go anywhere else. I was just
True.
wondering, well, heads up, I'm gonna let go of you.
Yeah, your entire hand like wraps around his little arm.
And then, yeah, grab them all, swing again, and I'm just gonna cave in like a good half of where we're walking.
Kind of rubbles away. Wave it apart.
And I'll just instantly hop down into it.
Heading in.
I'll jump in.
The tunnel collapses to the
Benedict,
tunnel underneath
with-
it.
Your knowledge of stone and dirt, I know we feel like we should go this way. If you said thinking this is something that was dug, can you tell which way it was dug from?
Well, these footprints look like they're heading.
But what
that
if they
direction.
dug it and came back to go get the advanced party?
That's fair. That's fair.
Can you tell which way this tunnel was dug?
Well, I mean, can I look up at the tunnel we just came from and see like how that interacts with it? You know?
The one that you
Or
just
like-
came from was, so if this one leads this way, this one is kind of not exactly perpendicular, kind of off. But the one that you're in now, for lack of a better way of explaining it, seems more fresh than the one that you were in. Almost the air that you breathe down here is more wet.
Is there a direction that's more westward?
Just out of
Do you know what
experience, I know what you mean, but just out of like common
Age.
sense, I guess, if you will,
no
I
idea.
would assume
Yeah,
it was
that
dug
checks out.
from the estate itself, and not just I'm gonna dig from outside and hope that I'm going in the like. You have no idea where you are. You know what I mean? So it makes sense to be in the home itself, dig out of it, and eventually.
Yeah, but they're
Yeah.
going.
He was probably shooting towards this tunnel or whatever, had no idea where it was, and that's how he.
Or the old one collapsed and they had to make a new one.
Could those big
Maybe.
feet be like a earth elemental? And that's what they're using to dig?
I mean,
The footprint was like the big one, maybe about the size of a watermelon. It kind of looked like the heel print, though, was more of like a boot shape.
Oh,
Unless an earth
Sophisticated.
elemental would have a perfectly
okay, I
It's
stubbed my
possible.
foot in
It's
it.
my
How
boots.
big is it compared to mine?
little bit bigger.
You're like, well, it's, I don't know.
Well, I suppose you
Well,
say
Ace,
go this way.
it
Let's
seems
go
like
this
you-
way.
It seems like you've been, hitting pretty good here. So which way do you think?
Which way do I think?
We follow the footprints.
Which way do you think?
Are you asking?
Tell
Which
me what
way?
I think.
All right, I'm gonna say it.
Well, it's
Which way do
hard
you
for
think?
me to tell.
We would. Why would we?
You
not
can give me a
go
survival check if you want to see which way you think would be more westward.
Well, he already said that.
I already know which way is more west.
The one that winds.
The way
is-
we're going. I just want to go the same way we're going. You know what I mean? It's not the exact same way, but roughly the same way.
Same direction.
Probably the straight.
Yeah, because he said the
Which is
winding
which
one. It
way the
seems
feet were
like
heading,
it's
so
going
I-
back.
Yeah,
Right,
so
yeah,
we'll
yeah.
just go. I'll go straight.
Alright.
I'll lead.
I'm gonna follow
Holding
close,
this
close
lantern.
behind Ace if he's leading though. I don't
I'll be
feel
behind
right.
you.
Well,
The lantern
I'll be behind
itself.
the tunnel.
Thank you.
As you're walking, it's almost weird. There isn't a flame inside the lantern, but where it opens up almost like a cone, there's just light emitting from nothing.
First one
As
plucked
you
from the back in the
I
shadows.
do have to use oil for this,
Do you?
Me.
Yeah. so I think there's a flame. I'm nine. I could be wrong. I thought so though.
For what?
I have oil for that reason.
Sure, we'll say there's it's a magical flame that you use normal oil to fuel.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Ace is so fucking cool, dude.
You continue on. This
that magic
this
big
tunnel,
oil.
it seems at times bigger than the one that you were in, and you quickly get the sense this one has been burrowed. You gauge within the past few months, whereas the tunnel you were in was like decades, if not centuries old. You continue on. At times, these footsteps, you see them, and then you see them with the heel print deeper going the other way. But you continue on.
I'm kind of paying attention to see if it starts to look more fresh.
Sure. Yeah. You keep going. At times, it almost opens up a little bit. You can see points at where they might have, if whoever erected this hole or this tunnel made a little spot to set up and just take a little bit of a rest before it continues on and keeps snaking some more. Not as snaky as the last tunnel you were in. Kind of seems like they're going the same direction. It might drift a little bit, but then it kind of seems like they're correcting themselves before it splits again.
Did I tell these people, like, with the footprints or whatever, and how fresh they are, and same with the tunnel, like, with my, like, soldier or military background, could I tell it's, like, heavy armor, maybe? Or, like, you know, or is it just, like,
A big dude.
With the imprint that it makes, and depending, you've been watching for more wet parts of where they've taken a step. It could easily be somebody who's armored, but it is so big, kind of hard to tell.
okay.
Until eventually, yes, it does come to a split. Everybody give me a perception check again.
I want this one.
Dude, what are these numbers?
17.
11.
Oh my goodness, what, perception?
Mm-hmm.
4, no, I'm just kidding. 19.
19,
17.
17,
11.
11.
Overbeen.
We can add all those together, right?
Oh, you touched his dice, dude. That's bad mojo.
No, if you touch his dice, it's bad mojo. I touch his D6s all the time.
Oh no, more.
You touch his D all the time.
I touch his D all the time.
Whoa!
With both my hands.
Clip it.
Chat, click it.
What are we
If you want funnier moments like this, you go check out our Patreon. That's what you're gonna get.
21!
Winks.
No
Wink is
biggie.
right up there.
I think that was a 37.
Everybody but
49. He's 49.
everybody but Benedict. You hear something. Kind of instinctually stop. Something different than you've been hearing.
I put my hand on his shoulder.
You stop and listen. It's quiet.
I turn around and I like instantly pull up my crossbow and just point.
Yeah, you point
Something's
back
burrowing.
towards the tunnel from where you came from. Just darkness.
I'm going to.
Is that where it sounds like it's coming from? I have no idea.
Can we tell it's approaching fast or something is?
Not fast, but you eventually see something. On the tunnel to the right, as it comes to a fork, it's less of a fork, but more like a T, where you can see almost like something went from right to left or left to right, but this one's more straight than where you came from. Off to your right, that is where the noise is coming from. And you can begin to see torchlight off around a corner, almost amber orange on the wall of the tunnel. Starts to grow.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so we're at a point to where when we were all hanging out there, now from the right pathway, we hear people. It might be people, but
We're on another fork.
torchlight
We're at another fork.
on
Like
the
a
other
T.
fork, coming quick.
I take mine off.
Yeah, so I
The
just
two
I
dancing
will-
lights I have on me.
Yeah, so where they're coming from, I'm going to like let's say if I was gonna walk there, I'm gonna just like put my back up against the very corner of that inlet.
Yeah, all lights go out. You dim yourselves.
They
The
go
amber
all
light
up.
starts to
Nice.
grow.
And then I'm gonna put my shield. I'm gonna animate my. If my shield animates, how much of that space is it taking up?
Maybe in the middle, there might maybe a 2-foot gap on right and left, like a 4-foot gap on the top.
I'll be like, should I block it or should we wait?
Does that like emit light or anything?
No.
We might be able to talk our way out.
No, so they would only see it like 5 feet away from it. You know what I mean?
Because we
Are we at?
we were sent by
we're
Skipper
at a
to
fort.
retrieve it. So if this is his people, then
That's what I mean.
That is true, yeah. Maybe hold off.
I'm gonna hold my crossbow in case anybody attacks. So I'm holding my
Okay.
action.
I'm
Yeah,
also gonna hold an action.
What are you holding as the action?
Polly.
Okay.
So we're going west-ish.
We assume.
Just so you know, if you do hold a spell, if you decide to not cast it, it still expends the spell slot.
Does it? Okay, I'm gonna.
Just get ready to.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I'll just
won't
brace
hold it.
myself around the corner of the two.
not committed.
Yeah. You kind of.
So we're down the other fork.
No, so like right fork, left fork. You know, people are coming from this way to us. That is right here. So like,
It's like a
I'm
T.
bracing.
It's more like you guys came this way. This fork kind of goes like this.
So
And
it's like
you
a
see
T.
them coming from way deep
Oh,
along the right.
And they're going.
So they could come to you and go
As soon as
left,
they get
or
to
they
the
could go
T.
straight.
I say, how far out are they?
Hard to tell. It's too dark.
I say we make haste and just try to be quiet and go ahead.
Actually, to answer that question, as it kind of grows, this amber light on the wall, you can start to see the source of the light. It's a torch. You can see a man holding it as they're walking,
We decide now. Do we go or do we wait?
looking towards you.
Okay, well, let's back up a little bit.
And more figures start to come out as you see them from behind that. That seems to be. Give me a. Oh no, he rolled for you. You got a 21 on perception.
All right.
You see the figure holding the torch, almost like a humanoid creature, but it's like almost 3 feet tall, kind of like a dragonoid face as it's walking. You can start to hear them almost like a marching of many figures, and some of them talking. Behind them, you can see larger figures walking. You can see a huge figure that's way taller than him in proportion. It seems to be like where they're coming from, now that you're getting this perspective, is a very much larger tunnel in diameter. As it comes to you and it shrinks down, you see a GIF, the same GIF that you saw when you were in the Blacktop Syndicate talking to Skipper. Behind the GIF, you see many more figures, more of these kobold-like figures, and a bugbear. The same hulking bugbear that you saw was joined with the GIF when you went to Skipper's.
How many?
On his shoulders, just from what you see in the front, you're not sure what's behind them, but a good dozen.
I said we go back the path we came, and we got
It's pretty easy.
On Skipper's, or on the bugbear's shoulders, you can see a green goblin hunched over his head and kind of grabbing his hair, sliding side to side. You can see a red gem in its eye. Skipper.
We can't do this right now. I'm gonna
I mean,
gesture.
they're in a small tunnel. We got
we
quite
got-
that cannon over
we
here.
got-
Here's the thing, Josh. I can't say it, otherwise it's table talk, but we're in a tunnel that could easily collapse. Is what I'm getting at.
That's not
When's
table
that
talk.
part?
You can say that.
Yeah. That's not like metagaming.
Should we try to collapse the tunnel?
But we need to probably go where they're coming from.
They're probably 150 feet out from you now,
There was a place for there's
Like
a rest
past
place,
us.
right?
coming towards you.
Just a little bit further back. Do we want to just back off to that spot to see if they pass by?
I think they're marching towards where they need to go. I say we collapse the tunnel.
Onward!
Say, Kellen, yes, no.
What? Oh, shit. So are they trying to find something down here?
Yes. They're going for the dagger.
What if they have it and they're leaving?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But
Forvis said they're
But they-
going to get it. They don't have it yet.
But that doesn't mean
But that was information an hour ago. They could have it by now. We could be meeting them at the crossroad, You're
guys-
a gambling man, Ace. Don't put this
I'm
on
gonna
me.
take-
What do you want to do?
I'm going to take 2 beads of force.
well, do you want to commit to this? Because I can.
I'm committing. We don't have time. I'm committing. I'm
Then I
throwing. Do it with me.
How,
I'm doing
how
it.
close
If
are they
we-
to us?
120 feet now.
We could talk
I
our
got
way out
range.
of this too.
Guys,
Yeah,
if
wait, I
we
can
do
collapse.
this, and they
Give
have it,
me a stealth
and they
check,
leave,
everybody.
we can't chase them. We can't chase them if we do this.
I'm a gambling man.
We can't.
12. Give me a stealth check.
I have advantage with sound.
Sure.
8.
I mean, a pretty big, loud,
18.
powerful lightning bolt straight line, and they're all single file.
What'd you roll?
A 9.
No.
All right, now we'll roll it 70 more times for each kobold.
As you guys are sitting here talking, you notice down where they're coming from. They can't see you yet because you're in complete darkness, and the torch maybe only goes 20 feet out from them. But the front kobold walking with this torch, you can see him kind of going at a brisk pace, kind of.
Huh?
Distraction.
I think I heard something!
Distraction in business. See if they have it anymore. Can you do that?
All the marching comes to a stop.
I just go.
Do climb to the ceiling.
Who's in the dark?
Locate object.
Who's up there?
I'm gonna use locate object.
I-
I'm gonna snap my last twig, and I'm gonna use locate object.
All right. You look for the dagger. Nothing.
Nice.
Okay. Lightning bolt claps. As soon as he casts lightning
I'm ready.
bolt,
I'm gonna look
do it,
over
do it.
at Cowdown. I assume I get like a head
I'm gonna
nod.
go.
He's like,
I'm
over here. And then I'm just gonna peek around the corner, see how far they are down. Just quick little.
100 feet.
All right.
As soon as he casts lightning
Who
bolt,
said that?
I'm throwing 2 beads of force as far as I can, try to collapse the tunnel.
Okay.
Onward! Forward, march, march!
All of them start marching forward. The kobold in the front.
I ready. Like
I'm
bolt.
gonna.
Just cast.
How close
They
are
want
they
the
get?
skull paw! They want the skull paw!
All of them running now. Good 80 feet, 70 feet, 60 feet, approaching. The light just starts
I
to
ready
get to
level
where
4
you
lightning
are.
bolt. Peek. Once I see that they're 30 feet, I'm gonna hop out and just lightning
Yeah.
bolt.
Yeah, you step out.
100-foot line.
With your staff, you slide out into the tunnel right as you can see them. You can see the almost glint in this red gem of the eye of Skipper on this hulking bugbear as they're running, and you just line up your staff. You reverberate through all of the tunnels everywhere. All of the dirt on the stone on the top starts to ripple down. You throw 2
I'm throwing
beads
2.
of force.
Yep.
Go ahead and roll damage on your
We
lightning
just
bolt.
like lit 6.
I'm throwing
sticks
2
dynamite
beads of
in this
force, and also
There's a new
Lightning was.
I have 2 dusted dryness that are stocked up. So I'm throwing 3 beads. 2 beads of force and 1 thing of a 15 by 15 by 15 foot cube of water when it impacts.
God, what a mind
All right.
fuck, dude. Just like imagine walking down a trail next thing you know, not lightning, water,
Go ahead and roll damage on your beads.
explosions.
And that water should go off
Would
too.
that be double damage because of the water?
Yeah, does it conduct?
I think that's an actual mechanic.
Combo.
Yeah, it is deafening as they do this. You cover your
I'm
ears.
already deaf, dude. You guys
And you just
I
hear
got
ringing.
hit by your lightning plenty of times.
Sam's been walking in this tunnel, just clanking around the entire time.
Oh yeah. By the way, I think you have disadvantage on stealth checks because of your armor.
Yeah, that's why I was 8.
I rolled damn near max.
Okay.
7. No.
18 force
18.
damage. DC 15 dex save.
Are we throwing it at them or at the tunnel?
I'm throwing as far as I can.
So wherever it hits, it hits.
Well, they are like 50 feet from us, so you're
30.
probably, you're definitely you're on the money. I would hope so, at least. I hope he got an arm like that. 30 feet. Imagine you throw it. It's like 6 feet. Just blows up in front of your face.
Do that again.
I couldn't.
Should have asked.
36.
36. That's lightning damage?
Yep.
Okay.
That was at level 4.
Fuck this kid. HP bar appears above the screens, the cave itself, reflecting the
Yeah,
entire
this
world.
lightning bolt goes out. As soon as you do it, you can see almost everybody in this line where this flash of almost white bluish light like evaporates through the tunnel, and as the light it like fades and it's gone, you can see the torches almost the fire starts to pick back up. A few of the kobolds immediately just freeze up and drop to the ground, just like reverberating their bodies on the ground. All of the larger figures, you can see Skipper as it almost smokes this bugbear, gets flown off the front, landing on the ground. The bugbear the huge gift kind of freezes for a moment before the beads of force go out. Throw both of them as they.
18. Do you want me to roll for the second one too?
That was just for the first one?
Yes.
Did you throw both of them?
Yes.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
throw 2 beads of force and 1 bead of water.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is a shit show.
Just imagine you like crack that shit out of your lightning and you just go flying like 20 feet.
I just fly backwards. Plug your ears, boys.
12. So 30 total.
You see, I see your skeleton. Just blinding light.
Yeah. You throw these 2 beads of force, almost an explosion, all over where like that first kobold is and the rest of them. As the smoke almost fades, it kind of flies through the tunnel as you get hit by like a wave of dirt and dust. This bead of water you throw into this almost smoke, you can just hear water go out. All of the light is gone now, but you get hit by almost a wave of water that hits you.
You
kind of brace for it
right
as it rises quickly from your shins up to your waist. You're in this muddy water. A lot of you feel almost figures or dirt or bodies, whatever it is, hit you in the knees. Those of you who have dark vision, you see the lying down face of kobolds as they fly past you.
Hop back into the tunnel.
I'm still gonna be
How is
ready
the
my
tunnel
weapon.
integrity?
Hard to tell from your dark vision. It seems intact as the smoke kind of fades, but everything's dark. You just see water now as it
What about blind sight?
starts to slowly flow
I
down.
have 10 feet of blind sight. Does that matter?
No. You don't
Alright.
hear anything.
dancing lights.
I'll redo my lantern 60 feet.
Yeah, you put these lights back up, illuminate the area down where you just casted the lightning bolt, and the beads of force and the bead of water is now like a wave. You can see dissipating down, just brown water. As it lowers down, you can see the backs of figures. What am I reading?
Just beads of force. I just want to make sure you know how it works.
Mm-hmm.
Because there should be some after effects from that.
You should read the cards of the abilities you're using before you use the ability.
So you guys didn't want to fight some kobolds?
Oh, we just did.
That's fair, that is fair.
Fried the ever-living shit out of them. They are kobold jerky.
Yes. Okay.
I understand it now.
So it is important if they make it or not.
Yeah. As you illuminate the space, does the sphere stay up?
Yes. So the sphere itself is weightless on the outside, I believe.
And it's a 10-foot radius?
Yes. So it's big.
Okay.
So I'm thinking, how big is the tunnel?
Yes. So as you illuminate the space, you can see these two beads of force that have expanded into these spheres, almost covering the entirety of this tunnel. It's just kind of floating there. In between the almost sphere and you can see a few figures as the water starts to die down. You can see the back of this GIF as he begins to stand up. You can see the water drip off of its huge hippo-like face as it lets out air as he stands up, armored. Right behind him, you can see Skipper as he stands up. Oops! Forward!
I run back to where I came from, behind Kaladin.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Here you go.
The one thing I will say, you saw how on a failed save, they're stuck in the sphere. On a successful save, they're pushed 10 feet back.
Yeah.
So nothing should be between me and the sphere.
Yeah, so some of the figures went behind and some of them
Okay, you say
went
they
on this
pushed.
side.
So I didn't throw it perfectly. I didn't throw it in front of them. I threw it kind of in the middle of them, is what you're saying?
Yeah, and the way that it like exploded with the lightning bolt and them getting paused momentarily and then the water pushing people.
Yep. All right.
As you
That
illuminate the
sounds fine.
space, this is what you see stand. Almost 3 or 4 kobolds you can see squeezing.
I would like to throw dust of coughing and sneezing.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna do. How far? Like 30 feet, right?
Yeah.
You get.
Damn.
After the spheres you just threw, do they make light?
There's dancing light down there.
And I have 60 feet of light.
Okay, let me look up something.
I'm gonna cast Bane on Skipper the Bugbear and the GIF. Maybe.
All right. So you throw this dust
As
out.
far as I can, and I'm telling everyone to back up.
Yeah. Yeah, you take this dust and you throw it. The dust kind of in the air. I will roll for that, and I need the 4 of you to roll a Constitution saving.
We're backing up quickly.
Natural
okay?
20. Natural
And plus
20.
4 from you, right?
Yeah, everybody gets +4s. What do you want? What do you want from me?
A Constitution saving throw.
19.
Natural
19.
20.
Natural 20.
23.
23.
25.
25.
Same, but I got
Is that a poison or disease?
I don't know what it is.
As this dust goes out, almost like your lungs almost start to ache as the air inside of this tunnel almost seems to just be ripped from your lungs. You kind of choke up for a second before you beat it, start to breathe again. You can see Skipper himself and a few of the kobolds seem to start to seize up. This gift kind of waves it off too before pulling out both of his hands. He kind of like does like almost like a flex, and you can see on his hands and up his arms are almost like some sort of a wrapping before he starts
I'm
walking
gonna
towards
cast
you in this
Bane
water.
on Skipper, the Gith,
Giff.
Gith. And
Natural
the
one on the
Bugbear.
save. The Giff fails. The Bugbear, what does it have to beat?
17.
The Bugbear succeeds.
I think.
Yeah. So the Giff and Skipper are baned. A few of the kobolds still in the water, wading through it, almost up to their waists, running towards you. Skipper himself kind of seizing up next to this sphere, and all the other kobolds kind of squeezing through. This Bugbear seems to almost fall down to one knee. But they are approaching. What do you want to do?
I think at this point.
Well, we're killing them, right?
I don't think we have an option at this point.
I was
Oh,
hoping it
they're-
could collapse the tunnel, but I say, yeah, balls out.
Oh, they're like the big bads, you know?
So they're coming down, like we're at the T. They're coming down from this way, obviously, or whatever. Probably 20 feet now, if not closer. And we're right at the corner, basically just out of the water, whatever. It's like passing by.
You're in
more
the
or
water.
less, yeah.
Do these guys have dark vision?
The Giff now, you don't know.
I'm throwing 2 cards.
Splashing.
If you let me.
Go ahead and roll to hit.
Is the gift baned?
He is.
So what does that mean for me?
Or no. Yeah,
Gith,
yeah, he is.
Yeah, it's the Bugbear that does not. Skipper and Gith.
That doesn't mean anything for a roll to hit.
Okay. Deck of effects for both.
Sure.
You're throwing 2 cards?
They have a D4 minus attack rolls and saving throws.
Bug.
Are you
14.
gonna have me roll that shit?
14 is a miss.
Okay, I'm rolling again.
We get
Miss.
down there and Skipper calling
Another miss.
to us,
Both
everybody
cards.
said,
You throw them
Here to help
they,
you.
as they're running, kind of just run up. He goes for a slide now. Now that he's about to reach you. He's 5 feet away. Who's in front?
I was gonna say I was gonna round the corner and
All right, it's Ace since he threw the cards. Sliding down. He's going to go and make some attacks at you.
Who is this?
The Giff. 12, probably not. And that would be a miss as well. And a third miss. As he slides towards you, brings both of his fists that are like almost as big as your head. As goes for 3 punches, but you're in the water, kind of just back up to the wall as he's down in the sludge, and you just back up as he misses all 3 of them. The kobold's now running up behind him. They're gonna make attacks at you guys as well. They all have slings, as you can see them, and they go to throw them at you. Caladan does a 21 hit.
yeah.
You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage. Chad does a 22 hit.
Just barely.
You take 1 point of damage. Benedict, a 6, probably not. You just back into the T as the sling clambers down the tunnel.
You're little. That makes sense, actually.
So really,
You guys are fighting right here?
I guess so.
All right, go ahead and roll initiative.
Are you gonna have me roll Bane? Or do you want to do it yourself?
You can.
Okay.
Like what?
20.
19.
It did.
19.
I think I like these dice. That's 2 natural 20s in a row.
You mean to tell me rolled a 19, 18, and a 19, and it didn't matter?
I'm rolling like fucking crazy right now. All right, what did you guys get?
19.
Not enough.
19.
19, 19,
Not
20, 18.
I have plus 4
I'm
decks.
just rolling at 18 and going last.
Yeah.
It's crazy. It's crazy work.
Alright, now I'll get 1 for each individual kobold.
What do you get?
16 for 20. Do you want... Wait. Just stop that.
It's a little tomfoolery.
Stop that.
Just catting around.
Kidding.
as they run up to you. You can hear Skipper as he kind of starts to breathe in the back again. Don't let them get the skull ball! This bugbear right in front of Ace. Again, now that you're up against the wall, he stands up. Huge figure, bigger than Caladan, probably a good 2 more feet tall. Walks right up to you as you're against the wall. Just goes for some more attacks. Does a... Where am I at here? 20, not natural hits.
Wait.
It does, but please roll at
18?
disadvantage.
What?
Because I have a good displacement.
Oh, nice.
And it's a -2 to whatever you do.
Not on attacks to hit.
Yeah. Pretty sure Bane is for that too.
Right.
You might be right.
Where am I?
You're wrong. Hold on.
Second roll even better. So it hits you regardless. Unless, what did I say?
20.
20 minus 2 is 18. Does an 18 still hit?
Does
Attack roll or saving throw.
Yeah.
I'm 18.
Yeah, so it does hit.
That's like
The first one hits you as you take
which is crazy.
12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay, you no longer roll at disadvantage until my next turn.
Okay. A 20 not natural again.
Down to an 18.
Well, you'd have to roll...
I did roll it again.
Again, okay.
Fuck.
Another 12. And then the third attack. Oh, dude, these dice are nasty. 18.
-3.
Plus 7.
Yeah, I think
25. And you take another 11 points of bludgeoning damage. Quickly, almost like lightning speed, you see this gift goes for a haymaker across your face. You take 2 to the ribs before almost a little blood leaves your mouth.
You really made a
For
fucking...
one of those, I'm going to use Uncanny Dodge to reduce it by half.
Okay.
You really made a hippo a monk?
As a bonus action, you can see the GIF look to its right as these dancing lights are just floating. Your lantern still somehow in your hand. As he looks to his right, he sees you off to the corner. Who's in the back? You're in the middle and he's in the back?
I thought I was.
I think
right.
Benedict would be in the farthest back because I cast Bane.
I ran
I
after-
thought
He's
I would
kinda
be
in a
like
T.
behind
Yeah.
Ace.
I think it would, like if we were in a line, it would be Ace, Caladan, Chad, and then Benedict.
So who's in back?
Benedict.
All right. Yeah. He as you're in this T and all of you kind of in a group, this gift kind of looks to his right over the two of you and just leaps, jumps with his mass. You're amazed to see the water kick up as his huge legs just leaps over you. Does almost like a somersault, jumping over your heads. You're
Could I get
in
an
slow
opportunity to
watch
attack?
him as the water, as he rolls, coming to a stop right in front of Benedict as he picks up and looks you right in the face. His almost entire hippo head might be the size of your body. The other two kobolds come running down the running waist deep in water, run up to whoever's in front of each other here.
That'd be me.
Caladan.
Was there opportunity of attacks for that jump or no?
Yes, there is.
Can I take one?
Go ahead. A 12 to hit, probably not. A 21 to hit. No, sorry, 23 to hit on you, Caladan.
For what?
The kobold.
Yeah.
That hits for 4 piercing damage.
I'm assuming a 10 does not hit.
No, it does not. You just kind of take your long sword and
Yeah.
do a thing, but he's just gone too fast.
+4.
Now these two kobolds are up to you. The other two in the back, still holding up their slings, go to release shots at Caladan. What is that? 13? Probably not. A 9? Probably not. These almost pebbles or boulders seem to clatter down the tunnel. Right as they do that, you can hear a Skipper and see around the sphere as more kobolds and the bugbear and Skipper start to stand up. Forward, forget them! Get the skull ball!
Where is Skipper on there?
He's not in the initiative. But that would be it if we come to Benedict.
So they're running down the T right now,
And you have a gift next to you.
about to pass. Right?
No, they're about to approach and meet Caladan and the other three.
So, okay, so they have to get past you guys.
Yeah.
In theory.
The GIF, however, is face to face with you.
Yeah.
Well, you're more like
So, how far am I away from
kneecap tip
them at
Like
the T?
10 feet.
But if I run, he's got opportunity.
Yeah.
You could use a bonus action.
Yeah,
Wait, no.
we're gonna look towards them. So I'm thinking, if I'm here, and the boys are here, everybody's coming from this way.
Mm-hmm.
Who is on like the outside right here, like the furthest
Ace.
to the right? Does that make sense?
Kaladin.
Ace, then me.
So I'm gonna try to misty step behind whoever is there.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah, that doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. You can misty step.
so behind you. Now, how far away are they from us, Skipper and?
Skipper's a
Lads.
good 30 feet. The other figures, you see 4 kobolds and the bugbear, a good 10, 20. 2 of the kobolds are actually 5 feet in front of Caladan.
I know what you're thinking.
Do you?
Lightning bolt again?
No.
Oh.
Something like
Something a little hotter than that, but
Oh,
it's a
God.
little. I don't think that's gonna hurt us. That's gonna hurt us all.
Turn the stone to glass.
I will cast haste on Caladan.
Okay. Yeah. You can feel a couple of the scales on the back of your neck start to prick up. Your blood starts to boil a little bit. Kind of, you feel your head getting a little warm, but in kind of a good way. Anything else?
That
Is Misty Step a cantrip?
no, it's a bonus action, but I can cast a spell and use a bonus action if it's a spell, or if it's a. If it's
It would have to be a
uh,
cantrip. So if
is
you
it?
Misty Step, you wouldn't be able to haste.
Even if it's a bonus action, not an action for the spell. I thought we went over that.
The only time you cast 2 spells in a turn is you can cast a cantrip as your bonus action. But if Misty Step isn't a cantrip, then you can't. I'd say you can try and haste him and try and take the opportunity attack from the GIF.
I'll do that.
Or you can stay in front of him and still get the haste off.
What do you mean, stay in front of them?
Like, don't
In
run.
front of the GIF.
Oh, yeah. I'll get the haste off.
He is banned, but that's only a D4 off to hit you.
Can I? How does it work if I? So I can cast another spell. I mean, if I did this, I would do my cantrip first. But if you cast your cantrip at a higher level, does that, still count as a cantrip? You know what I mean? For instance,
I would say yes.
It would be firebolt, but I would cast it, at
I'm
whatever.
not sure, but I would say, yeah, it still counts as a cantrip.
If so, then I'll hit him. I'll hit the GIF with a firebolt.
Yeah, point blank. Firebolt goes off. Jad, you are up next with Ace on deck.
So there's a bunch of kobolds coming, right?
Yeah, 4.
And then where am I in relation to the GIF? Like, how far away?
10. He's 10 feet behind you.
Okay. I think these kobolds are going to be an issue unless they're taken
Yeah, so
care
you see 2 on Caladan, 2 more that are running, and then even more that seem to be clamoring around this sphere behind Skipper.
Do any of them look hurt?
No,
No.
To roll to hit, yeah.
for the
Firebolt.
firebolt. Yeah,
Firebolt. 19.
19 does hit.
Good information.
I already rolled my damage. I can re-roll it, but I got 12.
Sure, we'll use 12.
It's not amazing.
If that's gonna be it,
Yep.
we come to Chad.
I am going to attack the nearest kobold.
Yeah, right next to Caladan, you step up beside him. What are you hitting him with?
The longsword. So when I went for the opportunity attack, I did a one-handed attack. This time I'm gonna grab it again and then just
Yeah, 2-handed.
swing it down and see what happens. 20, or dirty 20.
Yeah.
Dirty slick 20.
Well, then it's actually different. It's versatile, so you do more damage because it's two-handed.
Yep, it's a 1d10 then.
Naughty little.
5.
Dirty little 5.
This kobold, as it's right up next to Callan, you take your longsword, go to jam it down, it goes right into its clavicle. And falls to the ground.
Guess not.
I mean, I was gonna divine smite, so I'm already happy that I did.
You're like, oh shit, they're weak.
Well, I know they're weak, but I didn't think that weak.
They gotta be pretty messed up.
If that's it, we come to Ace.
I don't think I could.
Okay, is a
Any
gift
bonus
for
reactions?
anything within 5 feet of anyone?
Yep.
Then how many
5
gifts
feet of
are
me.
there?
1.
So he hit me and then jumped to him.
I'm gonna give.
Is there anything on me?
Animal-wise, creature-wise.
Creature.
Oh. No.
I'm gonna give Ace Bardic Inspiration.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to turn around and because the gift's behind me now,
Yeah.
I whip 2 deck of effects at him.
Yeah, go ahead.
That's your inspiration, by the way. Use it
So
when
did
you
you
want.
move or did you stay in front of the gift?
I
The
stayed.
gift.
You stayed? You can just imagine like Benedict, this towering fucking hippo above him.
I'm
just,
not
like,
using inspiration.
Could eat me in one bite.
But then
Your
like
bard- your bardic
the
inspiration?
cards
Nah,
hitting
it's a
him and
miss.
just like fucking exploding around and past you.
Are you doing sharpshooter?
No.
Oh,
Does Bane do anything against it?
no, it's for him attacking, not us hitting.
Oh.
I could change that, but it would be they hit us. More likely to hit us then. And I have it on
Yeah,
skip.
I'm not going to use my bardic inspiration, and both the cards are going to go flying past him.
What'd you roll?
4,
Both times? Or is it
5, and a 4.
All
still
right,
have
yeah, you
inspiration.
whip both of them down the tunnel again. Anything else you're doing?
Nothing's on me.
Nope.
I'm gonna move backwards towards everyone.
All right. Yeah, you can get up right next to the GIF.
I don't want to be right next to the gift.
All right, you just wait a little bit.
Okay.
Caladan.
So there's one more kobold in front of me, right?
Yep.
Since Johnny
And then
killed
2
one.
more behind him, but a little farther down.
So, and then in terms of the gift behind me would be like, 10 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet. So I'm going to swing at the kobold.
Yeah, go ahead and roll to hit with your flail.
No, it would be, I readied my maul this time.
Okay.
Yeah. So the OG. So what the fuck did I roll? 2d6? Wait.
We gotta roll the hit first.
Smite.
You can say that after.
I know, I'm just wondering if I do. 17?
A 17 does hit.
Can you roll 1s and 2s with great weapon fighting?
You have to use the
And
second
I can
one.
only use it once, right? Not like, then if I roll again and hit a 2, I can re-roll that?
So it's reroll 1s and 2s, but you have to use the second roll.
But he has to roll 2d6, so when he goes to roll the second dice, can he start that over again?
Yeah.
Okay.
So when I roll a 2, I roll twice.
What did you roll in your first one?
Max 6.
And then your second one?
I haven't yet.
You rolled 3 times.
Oh yeah, it was another 2. That's why I asked that, because I rolled a 2.
So the first time you rolled it, it was a 2.
Yeah.
And then the second time was a 2.
Yeah.
So that you have to use that 2. And then the third time was a 6.
Yeah.
So then your second D6 is a 6. So you deal 8 damage. 8 plus whatever.
Plus 7. So dude, that math got me
15.
fucked up.
15 damage.
That was way too much for that.
Yeah, you completely squash this kobold as you under the water with your maul. Or you pick it back up out of the water.
Yep, and then I'm gonna like as soon as I swing, I'm gonna dig my foot into the ground and be like, "Where do you think you're going, pal?" Talking to the gift, and I'm gonna pump a level, max level divine smite into him, so a third level divine smite.
Sure.
Swing on him.
Roll to hit. As you run towards them.
I'm gonna use guided strike.
Sure.
So 23.
Yeah. That's a hit.
Yes.
I'll be back.
Yeah, one.
Okay, so I rolled a 3 and I just rolled a 1. So now I roll twice or just one more time?
Your next
You just
roll
re-roll
is
the
what
one.
you get.
What if it's 2?
You gotta keep that.
So it's 5.
5 plus 7.
Did you roll a divine smite damage? So 7 damage plus whatever this is.
And that would be a 3. So 2d8 for first level. Plus 1d8 per level. And it's a 3, so it'd be 48.
Yep. And you don't reroll these, because this isn't the great weapon damage.
So 21.
Yeah. Yeah, you pour this divine smite into your maul as you run towards this gift. You kind of almost drag it through the water, bringing it up. You can see it reverberate with almost holy light as you release it and bring it up right under his chin. You can see him standing there in the water, in between Benedict and Caladan. You want to do anything else?
Yeah, I'm hasted. I can attack again, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. So yeah, I'm going to swing at him again.
Yeah, go ahead.
Did you kill the gift in one hit?
No, we took that
No,
to
he's
the
a
chin.
he's a tough man.
Which
I also
damage?
rolled like shit.
Or did you miss?
Alright, so I gotta roll 20.
Yeah.
Uh, 13.
13. Yeah, he's starting to look bloodied as you bring this one around after bringing it up just right into his gut as he eats it. And he's just standing there, almost blood coming out of his mouth. He looks up towards you, just soaked in water. Is that it?
Lay on hands is a bonus action, is it? Yeah.
No, that's an action.
Yep, that'll be it.
Yeah. As it comes back to the Giff and the Kobolds, you can see Skipper starting now walking down this tunnel, and you can see the bugbear starting going in a sprint as you can see more kobolds kind of snaking out of this sphere. Every single one of them go to run past you guys. The Giff now in Caladan's face, he's going to just shove you. Go ahead and make a strength check.
If someone runs past me, I want to do an opportunity of attack.
Sure.
Bane wouldn't work for that though, would it?
It's a natural one anyway, so it didn't matter. As long as you roll anything over a natural 1. Did you? Yeah, you're good. He goes to shove you, and you just eat it in your arm. You stand there, his huge hands almost going around your shoulders before. And he's gonna take the disengage action, so you can't get an opportunity attack, as he kind of just not under the water, but kind of grabs at the ground on all fours as he starts running down the tunnel in the direction that you have not explored yet. Not the way you came, not the way they're coming from, but the other way. The other kobolds are going to run past you guys. Whoever wants to make an opportunity of attack, except for you wouldn't be in range.
Yeah, I am.
Go ahead and roll the hits at
Has
these
Bugbear
kobolds.
the Skipper gone past us?
Not yet.
21.
Or the bugbear would be going past, yes.
I want to attack the Bugbear.
All right, go ahead and roll a disadvantage.
Why?
Because he's using the disengage
That's
or
the
the dodge action.
the Bugbear is?
Yeah.
Even for an opportunity attack as he's running, he gets to use dodge?
To actively avoid getting hit by a sword, yes. You
As
can
he's
try to not
sprinting.
get hit by a sword as he runs past you, yes.
I rolled a nat
Because he's
one.
not using the dash to run farther. He's using the the
I don't have to roll again.
the dodge. Would you roll on the kobolds?
Got one.
Nat one. Oh.
Yeah, I didn't hit.
So you guys see as all these figures, the GIF, as he tries to shove Caladan but just fails, turns around, goes to run off. The bugbear running past you. He's just now past you guys maybe 10 feet, and all of the kobolds a good 10 feet ahead of you. They're running down the tunnel, just off to your right from where Skipper's coming from. You can see a good 6 more kobolds and Skipper behind him, just walking towards you. That's going to be their turn. Benedict, you guys...
So I'm 5-10 feet away from the T.
Yeah.
And how close is Skipper and them from getting there to that point?
Like 40 feet.
Is it Skipper the bugbear? Or no, bugbear's already passed.
Mm-hmm.
So who's with Skipper?
Like 6 kobolds. You can see more clamoring around this sphere.
I'm gonna hop in front of... I take it it's just us then at the head of that T, and then everybody else made it past.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get in front of the group then and cast a lightning bolt. Another one.
Okay.
And I'm just gonna hop out, just take out my staff, and look directly at Skipper and
Okay.
let it rip.
Guy's just resistant to lightning this whole time.
You using the material components too? You gotta make sure you have enough glass rods, I believe it is.
Amber rods, I think. Yeah.
Amber rod.
Yeah. I've used one already.
Never mattered.
Actually, it's in this
Are
book.
you guys all just...
It's in my component book.
What do you think you're gonna do on your turns? You can chase after them, or...
I'm gonna start fucking shooting.
Yeah, that's the first thing I'm doing. I'm using haste to run 60 feet and try to catch up with the guy who thinks he can just run right away from me. Yeah.
Can you cleave? Can you do a cleave attack where you do like a swing
No.
to hit multiple?
No.
Is that a thing?
Do you have trample?
Mm-hmm.
No. Like my magic terms?
You know what?
Trample?
I'll show you a tramp.
Whoa.
+1/+1 counter. Do you have enough to cast that?
Yeah, oh yeah.
All right.
I cast.
Let's fact check that, buddy. Where's the pictures right there?
Where's the receipt?
I got 17
Yeah, where's the receipt?
rod of amber left over.
I'm gonna cast tungsten balls.
Not that many spell slots though.
I'm gonna use Magician's Brick.
Just a brick. You just whip it at
This
somebody.
is
No,
just
like, well,
level
animated
3.
video.
It's not.
It's the wizard behind like the
Boosted or
barricade.
anything.
And he's like, nothing will kill this thing. We have to revert to the old times. Magician's Brick. And then hits him in the face and he just fucking dies. It's like some big golem.
Have you seen the one where there's like a homeless guy chasing a guy and he's like, I cast tungsten balls.
35.
He just
That was
eats
better
it.
than my boosted roll.
All right.
Those were crazy rolls.
Nice. They're all
Yeah,
dead.
another lightning bolt. All of you guys hear throughout this tunnel. Even more seems to, rubble seems to fall as you're racked and your ears start to ring again as you let this out. A few of the kobolds just in spot just fall straight down into the water. That's now almost to a trickle. Skipper himself seems to get shocked by it before he just stands there and just waits for more kobolds to keep just pouring out in front of him. You do anything else?
Is he like 30 feet away? Still 40?
Still a good 40.
I will hit him with a firebolt. Or try.
Yeah, go ahead. Roll to hit.
22.
Yeah.
2d10.
Chad, you are up next.
Yeah.
15.
15.
And then I am going to slip back into the hallway.
So
What are you doing?
What's left after that?
You see 2 kobolds that have passed you, the bugbears passed you, and the Gif has passed you, and they just keep running down off to your right where they were coming from. You see Skipper standing there as more kobolds seem to start pouring around the sphere in the space, running past him towards you.
What I'm saying, the lightning bolt stop any or no?
Yeah, it took down a couple.
Okay. I will cast. Oh, I'll probably fuck this up, but whatever. 4th level guiding bolt at the GIF.
All right, what's the range?
120 feet.
Yeah, go ahead.
Holy shit.
And this is 76.
So like follow them?
Guiding bolt?
Yeah.
No. I just.
Like if they're running.
You gotta roll the
tunnel
hit
and you
first,
cast
right?
it,
Oh, yeah,
or
you're
is it
right.
get away or something?
No, I rolled a hit. You're right.
Dude's just rolling damage.
He's confident.
19?
Yeah.
Alright, so
I
back
didn't like the
to
hesitation.
6, 10, 11, 15, 16, 20, 22.
22, and what does that look like when you cast that?
It's, you got like the laurel or whatever on my head, and like there's like 2 leaves that are kind of like pointed, and they just see like a little beam like starts building between them of like golden light, and then it just launches.
You can see the light through the tunnel as it runs down over the heads of these kobolds,
and it's
right
like
past
just
the
this
bugbear.
little itty bitty thing, and then like right before it, it just like expands and
Yeah, it just expands as the GIF in front. You can hear like a...
And now he is glowing, and the next attack on him is at advantage.
Yeah. So you see this GIF as it and then dissipates. His body is on the ground glowing, face down in the mud, dead, not moving. Anything else?
He's sleeping.
You want to take off after him, or
Can I cast inspiration? Can I hold that twice?
yeah?
Okay. I will give Kaladin
Don't
inspiration.
fucking give it to me tonight.
You
Use
still
it
have
twice.
it, yours.
I know. That's fucking unfortunate.
You missed 4 cards.
I haven't even been able to use it.
Ace
then-
is like seeing those cars go down the tunnel. He's like, oh.
I will. Can I run down the hallway to like get in front of the kobolds?
The ones that are coming or the ones that are leaving?
The ones that are leaving.
You can't quite get in front of them because they're running at full speed.
Is their speed fast? I don't know. I
little
got
ways.
30 feet of movement, so
You can try. Start taking off.
yeah, I'll run down it.
Yeah. You see Chad start running down. Caladan, what are you doing?
Yeah, I was running after the gift.
All
But
right.
I
If
got
we're all
haste, so I got
chasing-
60 movement speed.
If we're all chasing that way, yeah, you're hasted. If we're all moving that way, I'll cast Expeditious Retreat. Because, I mean, Skipper's gonna go that way anyways. Right?
Maybe.
I mean, like...
Yeah, go ahead.
But they all want to go that way.
If you take the dash action,
So you're not...
you get to move.
Or,
Allows you to move up to your speed an additional.
what's the bonus action?
Okay, so your
Well,
speed
like,
is
I'm-
60.
Yeah.
If you take the dash action, you can move 90.
Does that get me close to him? Are they really that far
That would
away?
probably get you to him.
Right, I
Right.
can still make it. That's one of my
Man.
actions, right?
Okay. Then, yeah, you can keep doing that. I won't.
That would
You know what I
be.
mean?
Yeah, your action, but with the haste, your next action has to be the attack action. So you'd make it up to the last kobold.
Just fucking drop them.
Like the one closest to us or the one furthest?
The farthest.
Okay.
God, can you imagine that? Just a dragonborn running at 90 feet.
But I'd say if you guys are casting Expeditious Retreat, if you're all running,
Well, I mean, if
Towards
he can
them.
make it, then I won't, because I didn't want to drop haste.
he can make it with it, but not.
He can make it.
Oh yeah, he can make it with haste.
'Cause, I mean, we'll
how
get
much does
dash.
Expeditious Retreat
You'll be able to
give him?
use.
10 more feet.
Allows you to move. You can use a bonus action on each of your turns until the spell ends. You can take the dash action.
So it'd be the same with the haste or the Expeditious Retreat.
Then yeah, you might as well keep the haste and try to send it, and then we'll stay here and try to.
And I'm already down the hallway.
But yeah, so we'll just.
So
Ace,
whoever's
you
here,
think you're
I'll
gonna
we get
try
the
to
follow?
Skipper.
I think there's one
Run
kobold
down?
left, right?
Yeah.
Just one left that ran with the
Uh,
head.
So yeah, a little bit out of the initiative here. As you cast Expeditious Retreat, again, all of you feel almost a spring in your step.
I don't.
Oh, you don't?
No,
Okay.
no,
But all of you continue down, trying to chase after this bugbear and these two kobolds. As you can see behind you, more kobolds coming, and Skipper, don't let them get the scalpel! You keep running down this tunnel. It opens up, not a good 30 feet after you're running, into kind of a larger cavern. You can see the ceiling in parts is almost kept up by wooden beams, if you will, that are holding up the ceiling. As you keep running down this bugbear and everybody running in front of you, again on the other end of the cavern, it continues and goes off to almost like a sharp left, where you see man-made stone down there. But as you emerge into this cavern, this bugbear, right as it gets to the lip, kind of slows down, turns around. The other gets kind of readying. The more kobolds coming behind you now. What do you guys do as you come into this cavern?
Because Kaladin, I thought Kaladin was the furthest person.
I thought he.
Yeah, you would get there first, so you can get right up to the bugbear and everything. Are you gonna attack?
Is he not past the bugbear?
Can I just tackle the shit out of him?
Why not?
The bugbear was way in front.
I thought the bugbear was doing dodge, so he couldn't be sprinting.
That was last turn.
Correct, but normal speed, and then with their turn.
Yeah.
So you're attacking? Like the bugbear and the kobolds in front? Because you got people coming behind too?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm gonna kill the little guys.
All right. Right before you do that, as all of you come into this cavern, you're running kind of straight forward, coming straight towards this bugbear, even as more are pouring in behind you. In this cavern, you can see almost spots where it looks like they just had quick glance as you're running. This is kind of where they set up camp, if you will. You can see a little spot with an old fire, a couple benches where they seem to set up camp. And all of you would see, almost off to the left, there's a large stalactite, or whatever the ceiling one is.
Stalactite for top.
Stalactite. As on its face, you can see two eyes, like black beads, as it opens its mouth. You can see huge teeth. 6 tendrils come flying out of this stalactite as they are floating about. You can see that they look over towards the bugbear and the kobold in the corner. The tentacle latches onto him and starts to drag towards them. As you guys come up to the space, Kaladin reels towards you. That's going to be a 17 to hit? No. One of the tendrils latches out towards you, misses. Another one. 11, probably not. More of them, you're just dodging out of the way. It kind of catches you off guard. But you guys see as this stalactite comes to life as it grabs the bugbear and the kobold and starts dragging it towards it with its mouth open. All the kobolds coming from behind you see the torchlight again into this tunnel. You can see Skipper walking around, almost the red glint out of his gem. And that's where we're going to pick up next session.
Wait, just a preface really quick. So we just got to the mouth of the whole cave?
Dude, that thing's sick.
Oh, that is Jesus Christ.
Excuse me? How would you even put that on the field?
We do have a map over there of this place that you're in right now, but this was going to be the GIF, but he dead, so I guess it could be the bugbear, but what is the... These are the kobolds. This is how big they are compared.
This is a kobold?
Yeah, no wonder you fucking one-shot that thing.
But yes, and then the roper that is on the ceiling.
Oh, he looks like a nice guy.
Yeah.
We're going to pick up next episode right there.
Very nice. So we just got to the mouth of the cave? Or are we kind of inside?
Yeah. You
Skipper
just got into this space. Kaladin is already all the way across in the bugbear's face.
So where's Skipper?
Coming out of the tunnel behind you, about to enter the chamber.
So he's still kind of in the tunnel?
Yeah.
Okay. Keeping that noted. Nice.
Boom, boom.
Fucking such.
That shit's crazy.
Yeah. You guys don't know what was cast in the meeting, how the vote went. Maybe we'll find out next time.
I'm sure it's some bullshit.
Probably not, though.
I will
answer any question.
I will say this man-made stone in front of you where you're heading looks very, very fresh. Almost like it might be part of Giovanni's building.
God,
This looks like to be the extent of where they drilled and they were getting ready, almost set up. But yeah, we're gonna pick up there next time. Caladan narrowly avoiding these tentacles. Yeah, I hope you liked the episode. This is Nat One Nights. We'll see you next time for Sesh 23.
Oh, shit.
Look out.